And welcome to the Planning Commission zoning hearing for Cobb County, June 4th, 2024. My name is Michael Hughes. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. I will get things started this morning until our Commission Chairman, Mr. Stephen Vault, is available or is able to make the meeting. As is our custom, we will start with an invocation this morning, followed quickly by the pledge. This morning's invocation is from Pastor Matthew Brown, Greater Community Church of God in Christ. Pastor Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for life, opportunity, and community. Today we ask for your favor upon this planning commission for wisdom, vocational courage, and creativity. We thank you for the compassion and competence that you've given us to build and to better, to build and to better our beloved community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will call this Planning Commission meeting to order, and we'll ask staff, John Peterson, to go over the hearing procedures for today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that when the case is called that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so that they be counted for the record. And after recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes in total, so you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are two cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z17 of 2024, Resi-Built. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard. Second case is SLEP 5 of 2024, SUG Real Estate LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. There are a few cases on today's agenda which have been continued or held, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florinori Development Group LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. LUP 12 of 2024, Reginald A. Rutherford. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 12 of 2024 will not be heard today. And finally, rezoning case Z27 of 2024, Richard Barwick, Richie BS LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z27 of 2024 will not be heard today. Mr. Vice Chair and Board, we did get a request yesterday. The applicant would like to continue rezoning case Z29 of 2024, Creators Group Investments 1 LLC. They want more time to work on their plan, and the applicant is present, and they would like to continue the case into your July 2nd zoning hearing. Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
We need a motion.
Yes.
Chair and Vice Chair will entertain a motion to approve the. This is in District 3. You need to make a motion too.
Oh, yes, I make a motion to move this Z29 to June.
July.
We're in June.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. All right. And before we get to the consent agenda, I do have a few more announcements to make. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone, as the ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any party interested in the case, that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please proceed.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for June 4th, 2024. First case on consent is LUP 17. Faust Properties LLC requests a temporary land use permit for an auto broker in land lots 59 and 94 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Shiloh Road and on the west side of I-75 east of Cherokee Street. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, auto broker office use only. And number two, no vehicles shown or exchanged on site. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 17? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 18, C. Susan Veliquez requests a temporary land use permit for a personal care home in land lot 210 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Hawkins Store Road, east of Bells Ferry Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received April 1, 2024. Number two, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number three, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number four, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number five, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 18? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And lastly, LUP 19, Jamie Whitehead requests a temporary land use permit for dog grooming in land lots 1229 and 1288 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Jerry Drive, west of Ledford Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, hours of operation to be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday only. Maximum of 3 customers per week. All customers by appointment only. Number four, no boarding of dogs. Number five, dogs to be hand walked with no outdoor runs or enclosures. Number six, no signs or outdoor storage. Number seven, all parking to be on the driveway. Number eight, applicant to be the only employee, no independent contractors. Number 9, Fire Department comments and recommendations. And number 10, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda. Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. Vice Chair, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Sorry, I was having difficulties here. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion. We have a second. Is that a second? From Commissioner Lindstrom? Okay. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Motion is approved 4-0.
Okay, all those folks that were on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Okay, moving into held cases. First case we're going to hear this morning is rezoning case Z40 of 2023. Atlanta Remediation Group, LLC, requests rezoning from R20 to LI for a specialty contractor and parking of RVs and boats in land lot 204 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, east of Canton Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z40? Let the record show there's 7 people here opposed. Rezoning case Z40. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Ready whenever you are, Mr. Chairman. Make sure my phone's silent. Good morning. I'm Adam Rosen. I represent the applicant in this rezoning application, Atlanta Remediation Group in Z40. This is an application for rezoning of property that is off of what is called Old Shallowford Road, with an address of Shallowford Road at the intersection of Shallowford and Canton Road. Your applicant is Atlanta Remediation Group. Vanessa and Gilbert Cardo are the owners of that business and are asking to rezone the property that they own for the purpose of their remediation business and its operations here at this property. We also have with us today David Meyer, who was able to come in a little bit in the middle of this process and help us revise the site plan and get us to the point of where we are today, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. If there's any questions that you have of any of us, please let me know. This is just over an acre, a little bit uniquely a larger piece of property in that size, and you can see the Old Shallowford Road, a couple hundred feet or less, public right-of-way there that dead ends just past our property. We do have an address of Shallowford Road because we are right there at that corner, but it's important to remember it's off of this Old Shallowford Road, this short public right-of-way here. Just west of us, on the other side of the undeveloped general commercial property, west of our property is Canton Road. So just north of here is Canton and Shallowford. You may remember a Canton and Shallowford racetrack rezoning within the last few years. That's just north of this property. Immediately north of us on the other side of Old Shallowford Road are a couple of different uses. One, immediately across the street, those are what they look like. Those are landscape trailers for a pine straw business. The property, again, west of us, I'll show you on the zoning map, is undeveloped, zoned general commercial. And then east of us is an application that you'll hear after us, similar to us, zoned residential. And you can see a mixture of uses on those number of parcels for those properties. We'll show you a little bit more about the character of the area as we go through this, but north of us, on the other side of Shallowford Road, a number of other commercial and industrial uses. I think the immediate across the street is some mixture of outside storage, landscaping, some other staging and storage for those types of contractor operations. So this is the area that this property is in. This gives you a little bit of a zoomed out view so you can see the character of what Shallowford Road looks like. Again, traveling east away from Canton Road, the industrial parks that are down the street from us. And then if you recognize the Cavender's Horsetown, that's kind of just past this along Shallowford Road. So this is, again, the immediate area within which this property sits. This is the future land use map showing you the neighborhood activity center. Like much of Canton Road, a neighborhood activity center designation was put on many of these properties that front on Canton Road and just off of Canton Road, with an idealistic future in that regard. Of course, a number of heavier industrial uses that are still within that area that are going through the process like we are, that maybe still were residential, some that are general commercial, and some that have been operating in anywhere from a residential to commercial to industrial use, despite whatever the zoning is. So that's the pink outline there, the neighborhood activity center, which is also north of us, CSX Railroad east of us, and then industrial future land use classifications east of us there and north. Zoning map shows you, again, kind of an even more impossible mixture of different zonings, general commercial, and then us, and what adjoins us is R20. East of us, that's R20, is not been operated as residential for many years, has been operated as commercial, and you'll hear more about that again later, but south of us is residential property, and I'll show you a little bit more about those residential homes, and I understand those folks that are here today that stood up are residents of those two streets behind us. Just some pictures of the area to get a little bit better flavor of what it looks like, not just from an aerial. This is directly across the street. This is down Shallowford when they were installing sidewalk on Shallowford, a little bit older from a Google street map. And then I tried to get a couple of views from the residential homes so that we could have an appreciation of what that looks like from their street looking up towards us. So our property is in the back of these trees and behind this house that you see from this view and from that view there. So originally, this application started as a request to rezone from our residential designation to light industrial. The applicant purchased the property, improved the building that's there, which was a residential home, improved it for office purposes, cleaned up the property, really did a great job and looks, I think everyone agrees, looks great. They did a lot of that without permission and without it being zoned appropriately. And code enforcement got involved, like they often do, and we immediately stopped those operations, and they've been sitting on the property for 8 or so months, 10 months that this process overall has been going on. A lot of times you have the applicants continue the operations. In this case, it's just been sitting there. And we're here today to move that forward, of course. But when we first saw the property and first looked at what the options could be, we thought with the need of boat and RV storage in the area, with a larger piece like this is over an acre and a quiet user that it could be, this is what we applied for. Obviously, have changed course there with our recommendation of our May 28th letter requesting that we be deleted to NRC and removing that request. You saw a petition in opposition to light industrial and boat and RV storage, but we've been past that for a while, and we're not asking for that. We're asking to be deleted to NRC, and the main objective is to make sure that we get out of this process with the ability for my clients to operate their contractor business. So this site plan is old and has been revised for a long time. This was the next revision, thanks to Mr. Meyer to be able to get involved and kind of right the ship for us. This was our next plan. This still contemplated some larger storage on the eastern portion, the larger portion of the property. Recognizing still concerns there, we were able to meet on site and work through some of that. The plan was revised again and submitted when our stipulation letter was submitted prior to the deadline last week. And so this is the latest revision and updated site plan. The changes here, and I'll kind of walk you around this quickly so you have a better idea of what this is, but this building here in the front along Old Shallowford is the original residential home to be used for an office. Behind that, we've proposed a storage building. So we've taken away everything else on the property. We've taken away almost the entirety of this acre of property for structures and put them all tucked in this section here of the property. And instead of having other storage buildings, we've tried to confine it down to one. Of course, the concern of outside storage has always been a focus point. We're trying to avoid that. So this is the current plan. This current plan also has a 40-foot buffer. NRC requires a 20-foot residential buffer. We're proposing a 40-foot buffer. Special contractor as a special exception requires 35, so we're beyond that as well. And then in addition to that buffer, you can see the stormwater management area there that David has drawn as a conceptual area plus landscaping around it. So you have effectively what will end up being a 60 or so foot buffer between us and these residential homes, which we certainly understand the concern there. We've taken up a lot of our property to be able to do that, and we hope that that's appreciated. One thing that's important about the location of where the office and the proposed storage is, if you look back at the way that these parcels are somewhat Tetris shaped and fit together here, where the office building is and the storage building proposed behind it backs up to a general commercial property that's undeveloped and fully wooded. So it's not backing up to the residential homes. We've put together a number of stipulations in our letter. I know there may be some recommendations today that change some of those. We've put together a list of prohibited uses, again, deleting to NRC, not asking even for the special exception contractor use as an additional compromise, but so that we can operate our professional contractor office here under NRC. We've clarified some things to make sure that it's clear that that's what's going to be operating, but even going a step further and reducing down to not even asking for the special exception. There's a number of other things in the letter I don't have time to go through, but all of those make this a very conditioned and a very reasonable use considering the industrial area of Shalford Road. And I know I'm going to hear that it's also residential south of us, and that's why we're recognizing that we need to have separation between the two. And the deletion and the change from the request makes it, I think, very appropriate for where the property is located. There's been a lot of time spent on this. Planning Commissioner Lindstrom has spent a ton of time to try to get this right, so there's probably plenty of things we could talk about more than the 10 minutes allow, but we thank you for your time and ask that you recommend approval based on our letter that was submitted and that is conditioned within it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from the opposition.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
Thank you, Adam.
the applicant went over by about 30 seconds, so the opposition will have an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I want to go ahead and submit this small petition for Z40. Yes, it was signed before it was deleted to NRC, but I think that most of the people that signed it are here today, still concerned. Okay. Yes, we agree with some of the things that Mr. Rosen has said. Certainly, the LI was too intense. It did not conform to the future land use of NAC. And I think that probably when the owner purchased the lot, they were looking at all of the industrial uses, in particular the junkyard next to it, which you're going to hear about shortly, and thought, well, this would be great for our, boat and RV storage. Then it was gradually deleted, as he said, to NRC for contractor. I think that the concerns, you can see this is a quiet residential. This was built in the mid-50s when Cobb was still rural. And it is very well maintained. And this is the site. It is true that after it was purchased in 2020, the owner had determined it was going to be for commercial use and clear-cut the back of the lot, graded it level, added fill to the southern end of the property line, and then gravelled everything over. And that was all done without benefit of permits. A recent site plan showed that there was going to be parking all the way behind the house, down the eastern side of the property line and the western side of the property line. And they asked for a four-car garage that was going to be 1,900 square feet, which is almost twice the size of the house. Anything that is done on the back of that lot is going to be seen by the people that live directly behind it, especially now that the trees are gone, and it will take at least 2 or 3 years before the landscaping achieves a height of 6 feet. They're also concerned about stormwater because they live downhill from subject property. You can see the gravel there on the site. This is one of the residents' homes directly behind subject property. And you can see the house, if you look, right behind the fence line, up on the hill. So contractor uses can get out of hand over time, and we know that from personal experience on Canton Road. What starts off may seem innocuous and, oh, it's just a nice little business. And then over time, as the business grows, then all of a sudden you end up with something that you never really thought would be there. And I think that's really the concern with this application. So we are asking for deletion to NRC for neighborhood retail and professional office, including contractor's office, but with the understanding that this is not going to be full-blown contractor's use. The heavy vehicles and trailers that are often associated with contractor, certainly the neighbors don't want to see that parked behind the house. We think that the garage or accessory structure should not be, certainly not be larger than the house, maybe, less than the house. 800 or 900 square feet might be more appropriate for the accessory structure. We don't want to see any parking or driving behind the house. Just let's leave that alone so that the residents will at least not have, a view that they've never had before. And I think that the residents are concerned that this could, if not properly zoned and stipulated, could turn into, over time, another Z52, like next door, and they just don't want that to happen. So I have submitted to you my letter of stipulations, and I'm going to hand that in for the record. I think you all have seen that. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carol.
Hi, my name is Brandon Duck, and I live across the street. My mom lives right behind Z40, or at least part of it. And then I'm across the street from that. And as soon as I walk out my front door of my house, I can look, and I see this huge neon sign that says racetrack. I could never see that before they cleared that land. Cut down, there was a small forest there, a woods, and they were just eradicated. They're gone. So now we hear all the sounds from up and down Shalford Road. I can just hear it in my front yard, backyard, just anywhere I'm at. At night, racetrack has these, huge lights, and they're just very bright. I can see them. And it's just, I knew Doc Croy, which was the previous owner. She had cancer, and I've known her since I was a small boy. And she had been fighting to get rid of those trailers. They were illegally parked. The Pine Straw King or whatever, not Pine Straw King, I'm saying the wrong name, but the landscape trailers that were right across from her on Old Shalford. And then the moment she died, I guess her kids, her grandkids sold the house, and immediately a nice residential home just went to, they leveled everything. No more trees in the yard. So where's all this water go? So the house used to be on a hill. I used to walk up this steep hill to get to her house. I used to cut through there a long time ago to go to 7-Eleven years ago, which was on Old Shalford where racetrack is, or the car wash will be. So that hill is gone now. It's all level. They just brought in, they changed the whole topography of the land. So now, I'm concerned about, where that water goes. Is there retention? Are the chemicals and whatever oil from these construction companies that they're wanting to put in, are they going to drain down into our land? What's going to happen with that? And we have a creek is all the water going to eventually go to the creek? And I ask people questions. I'll ask code enforcement. They say ask the EPA or ask erosion control. Everyone seems to just pass the buck. If I have a noise complaint, I'll call the police. What do they say? I'm sorry, I can't register the sound because we don't actually have dB meters. Or they'll say, call code enforcement. It's not our job. I'll call code enforcement. They'll say, no, it's not our job. Call the police. Sorry. So I just feel like no matter what we do, we shouldn't have to police whoever goes in there. So I personally don't really want a construction company or contractor in there. I'd rather, it be something, just a simple office building, that's kind of, I think you agree with that? That's pretty much what we're really opposed to, because I feel like all our residents, all the people that are living here, we're just getting pushed out further and further. All the houses that are there that you see in the pictures, those are my neighbors. And they just made construction unlawfully, and they've been operating that way for years and years. So yes, it does look like Z40 should be construction based on what's going on beside it, but all that around it is illegal anyway. And it's just they've been operating illegally, and no one stepped in to stop them or fine them or anything until now. And why should we have to police this? I mean, we should be protected. We're citizens, residents of the community. We've been here, I mean, I've been here since, I'll be 52 in July. I've lived here all my life. My grandmother before that, the same property. And it's just, everything's just encroaching on us, and I just feel like we have nowhere to go.
I'm Janice Ducklove, and
I'm sorry, before you
everything's-
continue on, I just want to check how much more time do we have?
Mine's very brief.
Okay.
A minute? Okay, I can do it. I'm basically saying that our other two neighbors have serious illnesses in their family, and that's the reason they're not here. And the one beside me is very upset about the topography. So the whole thing is a big concern for more people. I just want to let you know that they couldn't be here, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, that concludes our hearing. Thank you, unless you had something else to mention. This is in District 3, and Commissioner Lindstrom will lead our discussion on this case.
Well, Mr. Rosen and the neighbors are correct in that, they're correct in what they say has happened to the property. It was cleared. It's got a lot of rock in it now, covered with rock, and it's compacted. But and I have to say, the first time I saw this, it was already done. It's cleaned up. And the owners have done an excellent job of keeping what grass is there very well. It's very tidy. It's very good. They do have, which on Mr. Rosen's slide did not show, there is a container. I don't know what you call those, just containers, like a shipping container that people have been starting to buy and fix up. And they have done that. They have, that is not shown on his site plan, but there is a shipping container to the east side of the property. And they have done an excellent job of camouflaging it. It just blends in. So that's storage too, that they're using it for. So, I have a lot of stipulations, and I'm ready to make a motion unless anybody up here, do you have any questions? I do. Okay, let's hear 'em.
If I could start with Adam. Can you give us a thorough description of the business to be conducted here, deliveries, what will be on the site, what, if anything, will be stored outside?
The business is remediation, so mold remediation type operations, commercial, residential. It is a smaller scale. I think that your recommendation you're going to hear is for 5 or less vehicles, which I think accommodates what they are operating with at this time. Just like you would probably often hear with these, the employees either have their work vehicles at home under the 1 vehicle at home allowance, or they are parked here. So you have a small number of employees that are going to come here in the morning, get in the vehicles and leave the site. The work is not conducted here. They understand that bringing materials back, especially if it's remediation in nature, that's a concern and not allowed to come back and become a transfer station. I think that's one of the conditions that you'll hear, although it's in the code that it's not allowed. But overall, it's a small operation in that way. The area of the property that we're focused on being the area of operations, I guess you can't see that, but the office building and the storage building proposed behind it, with the parking around that area. There's 2 entrance drives on the property. We've put in our conditions that those would be paved as required by the county for those entrance aprons to be paved and that front area to be paved, the rest to remain unpaved and gravelled. But that's what I think you'll see on a daily basis is that come to the location and leave. And they will have, the owners will have, that office building for operations, for dispatching and things during the day. But that'll be, one or two of their vehicles plus the number of employees that are coming there to get in the work vans and trucks and leave and go on to job sites for the day.
What, if any, hazardous materials will be stored on site?
None. I mean, there's no need for them to store anything on site there. Anything they pick up on a job site is taken to the dump. It's not brought back to the property. There's not any, so the request does not include the ability to do that.
Will the vehicles be serviced on site?
No. I mean, we have in our stipulation letter that automotive repair could be on the property as under our prohibited use list, as long as and we put a specific distance away from the residential so that in the future that potential use could be there, but that's not part of their business model. They would have their work vehicles serviced off-site. The purpose is not for them to have a garage for work purposes. It's for storage.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I had of him. I do have some other questions, though, of the opposition.
I do have, while you're up there, Mr. Rosen,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'll cover this in all the stipulations, which, sorry to say, it's 2 pages, but,
Okay.
of stipulations. But I do think that the back, I have no problem with the garage being in the back, like you suggested in that little short tail section. There's nothing there, and it's got trees behind it, but I do want to your proposed garage building, and I'll cover this in the stipulations, is just way too, it's bigger than that. The house is only 1,100 square feet. So I will ask that it be limited to 850 feet in size. The other thing is I would like it landscaped behind that so that in the same manner that is being landscaped along their fence line.
Along the fence line of the southern.
Of the southern
where
border.
the buffer is that we've talked
Right.
about.
Because they will be able to see it, especially when the leaves are off. So some type of arborvitae or something like that, but that's up to the arborist and stuff, but it needs to cover it up.
Okay, and that's shown on this plan with the trees behind the building?
Yes, yeah. And the other thing I want to make clear to everybody, the gravel is not intended to be driven on and park their teenagers' cars there or something like that, or whatever is going to go in there. I have no problem with them driving the truck to the garage or storage area to pick up, I don't know how heavy this equipment that they use. I'm sure they've got hazmat material that they're going to use to protect themselves, and then they throw that away. But I don't mind if they load the truck up to the garage, but it cannot park there, as long as everyone understands that.
Yeah, and that's one of the stormwater concern that's been brought up. I mean, right now there is no facility there. This provides a facility plus the buffer behind it. So within that stormwater facility, all of the things that have been raised, what's going from our property to another site, makes sure and maintains that water is not released at a higher rate, that it's gone through a system before it's released. So the concern of what may be in it is addressed by that. I know you all know that, but having to pave all of that makes the stormwater even more of a concern. So, I mean, I understand that. We've asked to allow the parking on gravel. That's one of the benefits of it. So that's was part of our, concern and way to address that.
Okay, thank you.
I do have some questions still for the opposition.
I don't have any questions for the opposition, no. I have been in touch, I have kept in touch with both the neighbors, and Carol Carol Brown in particular, and I've been out to the site several times, in fact, and have met with the owners of the property. I think in reading my recommendation,
I was indicating I still have some questions for the
Oh,
opposition.
you still do, I'm sorry,
Thank you.
sorry.
Can I get Mr. Duck to come forward? What's the name of the street you live on there?
It is Janice Drive.
Janice Drive? Okay. And is everyone on Janice Drive serviced by public water?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have public water?
Yes,
Okay. So no one has a well, to your knowledge?
no,
Has anybody had a groundwater test done anywhere on the property that reveals any level of environmental contamination?
no,
Has anybody, to your knowledge, had a groundwater test run at all?
no.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then Ms. Brown, if I could?
I'm
sorry.
We did have a well, but I got rid of it 3 years ago.
Good. Okay, thank you.
So-
Commissioner Benoit?
Thank you. So you've heard some of the ideas coming out already about getting a tree buffer put in here, of having a 40-foot landscape buffer. I mean, certainly those things, if done right, and I'm thinking about 3 rows staggered on centers is what I would have required, but I'm not the county arborist. What do I know? Didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but if we can get good landscape buffering there, that will certainly help alleviate the light, the visual aspect of seeing a racetrack sign. It'll help alleviate some of the noise. So can you just address by category so we can cover this, what remaining concerns you have?
I agree that the proposed very generous 40-foot landscape buffer and the detention area will certainly mitigate the impact. But again, we don't want to see, it's still a 1.1 acre site. And we don't really want to see any activity or parking behind the house, because you're still going to be able to see that for a few years. And you're going to hear it as everything starts and stops and drives across the crunchy gravel. I mean, I think if you confine most of the parking to the paved area, which will be the paved area in the front and a little bit of gravel area to the side of the house, and then you have the garage, which I believe should not be used for automotive repair. It should be used for storage, and it should look as though it's part of the house, same type of material, and certainly not to overpower the existing house. Just so that it looks like a neighborhood business, so that the impact would not be very much greater than if an attorney were to move in and use that as their law offices, okay?
Okay.
We're not giving it LRO, but we would still like to see the contractor office respect the community that's been behind it for their entire lives.
All right, let's talk about groundwater specifically. Is there something additional that you want that pertains to groundwater concerns that hasn't been addressed?
I think that's an excellent point that you brought up, and honestly, I think that would pertain more to Z52 than anything that's going on Z40. If you want to add that to some sort of stipulation that there be groundwater testing, that would be fine. We did, and this was all done with respect to Z52. The EPD was called. They said it was not in their jurisdiction. We sort of got shuffled off from department to department. And I think most of the pollutants would be coming from the property next door. I mean, the house itself has been residential going back to the mid-50s, with the exception of the brief few years it's been acquired. So I wouldn't expect pollution to be coming from that subject property at this point in time.
If there are steps, though, that say no outside, or no auto repair on site, and also say no, no storage of,
Hazardous materials.
materials removed from projects.
That would be appropriate.
Anything else we need in order to protect the neighborhood here that you can think of?
I think that probably with the stipulations on the letters that have been submitted, hours of operation, it sounds like it's going to be a fairly well-regulated operation that should protect the homeowners. And, if the use were to change or they were to do some additional land disturbing, perhaps it should come back to the Board of Commissioners as other business if there's going to be a major change of use. But that's certainly in the future.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Any more comments?
Any other questions of the opposition or the applicant? Any questions for staff? Okay, Commissioner Lindstrom?
All right. It's really unfortunate that this was held before Z52, which is coming up. It's unfortunate that the property was next door to them was so abused and the residents so disrespected. The county codes were so disrespected. It's a real shame. And for that, we have these people, the owners, the new owners of C40, are going to have a lot of stipulations to this. I am moving to delete from LI to NRC for neighborhood retail, specialty contractor's office, subject to the following stipulations. Referring to and I'm referring a lot to Mr. Rosen's stipulation letter of May 28th, which I realize most of you have not received or read. But on paragraph 1, the first item of stipulation is to strike paragraph 3, sentence 2, and the application to read, delete to NRC for neighborhood and office and one operation only. Number 2, under paragraph 4 are several stipulations. A is strike item 2 and replace item 2 with the rezoning to NRC shall allow one contractor's office and their operations only. A limit of 5 light trucks and vans of that one contractor's office to allow parking directly along the east side of the house on existing gravel and using commercial parking blocks to distinguish the 5 spaces. I came up with 5 spaces based upon the size of the house. It's a very small house. If they can get 6 in, I would agree to 6, but I think for trucks, 5 is fine. No parking is allowed behind the house. Item 3, prohibited uses. The total list of prohibited uses include billiards, pool halls. 2, vape and smoke shops. 3, gun shops, 4 pawn shops, 5 massage parlors, 6 recycling collection location, 7 used cars, auto, light truck repair, dog runs, contractor is special exception with heavy equipment, no heavy equipment, and that is 12,500 pounds or greater. No diesel repairs, no welding or fabrication businesses, no transfer stations. Item 4, within Mr. Rosin's stipulation, is please add landscaping along the back borders to be maintained as long as there's a residential behind the borders that those residential houses exist. The county arborist and county commission will have final say of any landscaping done. I do agree that I would have chosen 2 rows of arborvitae that grow quickly, but they have to be 6 feet within 2 years. Number 10 and 11 are required. And then also, no construction debris is to be on the site. No outdoor work, all work to be performed within an enclosed garage. And really, I think this is going to be used as a supply storage area. Any landscaping along the road frontage as recommended and approved by the county arborist and District 3 commissioner. The hours of operation is to be no earlier than Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Sunday is closed. 5, a new 8-foot black vinyl-coated chain link fence is to replace the current chain link fence separating the residents' properties to those properties backing up directly to the residences. So there is one parcel later on that is not backed up to this. The storage container located on the east side of the property is to remain. Signage, we didn't ever talk about signage, but signage should be discussed and decided upon with the Commissioner 3, Joanne Burrow, and should be taken care of by the Board of Commissioners. All the Cobb County staff comments and recommendations are to be followed where not otherwise in conflict. So that is it.
Thank you. We have a motion. It was for Z40.
Second for purposes of discussion?
All right. We have a motion and a second for discussion.
My first question was, do I understand then that there is a express prohibition under your conditions against automotive repair work being done on site?
Yes, there is no auto or truck or pickup truck or big truck, whether it's diesel or fuel.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
And just for purposes of, the way I heard it was what was read in would supersede the staff comments. I just want to make sure that all the staff comments have been adequately addressed or covered by the, I don't have a scorecard.
Well, and I believe her last condition was they meet all staff comments recommendations.
That's correct, yeah.
What I heard is, to the extent not otherwise in conflict with what was read, are there any concerns you have as a result?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Anderson.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Lindstrom as well, and this is a little bit staff and you, there were a couple of variances that were listed, I think, in an original application, or those seem to be accepted, or maybe the new site plan has addressed those. Those might be old now.
Well, the variances for the detached garage are still going to be present because where it's located on the property. The variance for the landscape buffers, 4 and 5 go away because it's not light industrial anymore. And the variance for the gravel parking goes away mostly. I think there may still be some behind the house a little bit.
No, no, there shouldn't be any,
Okay, so no parking on gravel at all?
no, that's what
Okay.
I have.
Well,
Let me just repeat that one line.
Okay.
A limit of 5 contractor light trucks or vans of that one contractor's office is allowed to park directly along the east side of the house only on existing gravel using commercial parking blocks, and they are not that expensive compared to paving. To distinguish the 5 spaces, no parking is allowed behind the house.
Okay, so there would be some gravel parking towards the front east
Yes,
side of the
and they
house?
may not need it. I don't know how big these trucks are.
So you had mentioned also during questioning of the applicant that you intended to limit the size of the garage, and is that going to be a stipulation?
That it is a stipulation. Did I not read that? Just a moment. Well, it should be in here, and if it isn't, we will add it. We'll add it. The stipulation is for the garage to be no greater than 850 square feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's another comment I would like to make, if it's allowed for me to make a comment.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just saying we have a motion and a second, and we're in discussion, so it's fine.
Oh,
Go
you
ahead,
wanna discuss it?
go ahead.
I'm asking for just one use only because in my discussions, when I was out at the property with the attorney, the owners of the property seem to be discussing what they're really going to do here. Today, they only have 2 trucks and they're vans, and they're taking, the drivers drive them home and park them in the parking lot. I think there is plenty of parking that will be paved that they will not even need to park on the side of the house. So that's how I came up with that. If they want to grow and have more trucks, they have 5 spaces. And that's it.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Are we ready to call the question? All right, call the question. On Z40, motion is approved 4-0. We will hear the next case, and then we'll probably take a break after that.
Okay. Next case is rezoning case Z52, 2023, 1054 Investment Group LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to LI for a contractor's office and parking of vehicles in land lot 204 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, east of Old Shalford Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z52? Eight. Let the record show there's 8 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Make it look pretty. Thanks. We'll start with this up here. So. What is that?
All right, Kevin, we're ready
I
to.
just need the one on the right a little bit zoomed out just a hair. A little right. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, we're ready to go ahead and get started. Get your name for the record.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore here on behalf of 1054 Investments, which is the owner of this just over 3 acres, 3.1 acre site on Shalford that you have heard. This is, I believe, either the 3rd or 4th time I've presented this application, so we've heard this. You've just heard Z40 adjacent to this property, and so I'm going to forego reviewing the area in terms of bringing you up to speed. We've done this, and this has been discussed both publicly and with meetings and conversations at very much at length. This property, as you can see, I want to point out one thing to you, and then we'll move forward. This property sits between two GC zone properties, one to the left, if you're looking at your screen, and one to the right. The one on the right is used as a car wash, it's zoned general commercial. It's also surrounded by the heavy industrial. The issue here is that the R20 is out of place, not the commercial zonings. That's not my fault. It's not your fault. None of you were here. I wasn't either. I was in elementary school when all of this occurred. So was John Peterson, for that matter. But that's what we have. We have development that occurred along the railroad and Canton Road that's heavy industrial, that left many of these properties zoned historically and by legacy general commercial. Over time, what's happened is what you would expect to have happened. It's what you see when you go on certain places in this specific area. And that is properties have been used like that regardless of zoning. And it's created this issue that we have here today. And I'm going to show you a picture that's a picture from the owner. This photograph was taken many years ago. Okay? As you've heard this story from me in this public setting, the use of this property has been non-residential for decades. Goes back quite some time. It's only and then recently it became more and more problematic. It evolved over time. That's what I've gathered. It just evolved over time. But this was a while back, how it looked and how it was being used. Now we understand that as it stands today, this property is within a neighborhood activity center. What we had requested was a light industrial LI zoning, same as Z40. But what we have agreed to do is delete that request, and what we are seeking is rezoning of this 3.1 acres to a neighborhood retail commercial category. That's consistent with what staff recommended. Staff recommended deleting to NRC. It's consistent with the land use plan of a neighborhood activity center. We're requesting that this NRC zoning be granted, and we're not going to request a single variance from the NRC zoning district standards and codes. Previously, the last stipulation letter we had submitted was dated February 26th of 2024. We're hereby withdrawing that letter. We're not offering any stipulations or conditions. What we're offering is the protections of the NRC code. And if those protections aren't enough, our recommendation is for the Cobb County Board of Commissioners to amend the NRC code. We're not seeking variances. The NRC code prevents outdoor storage. The NRC code prevents outdoor operation or fixing or repairing of vehicles. Light automotive repair has to occur inside according to the NRC district standards. NRC district standards provide for a 20-foot landscape buffer, and we're happy to provide for that pursuant to Cobb County Code and Development Standards. Cobb County Development Standards and Codes do not allow parking or driving on non-hardened surfaces. We accept that and understand that. That's what the code and the protections provide. And that's what we're asking for, is that this property be zoned NRC. Once zoned NRC, without variances, since we're not seeking any variances, it will then be subject to the requirements of NRC, and ownership will have to ensure that uses that are not permitted under NRC are no longer on this property, and that the property is then brought into conformance with the NRC standards of codes and ordinances. And we're willing to do that, which will ultimately protect, according to the Cobb County Code, it protects adjoining residential properties by virtue of those protections. That's what we're requesting. We hope that you follow staff's recommendation in terms of recommending NRC. We are not requesting a special exception use for a contractor. We are not requesting a variance from the NRC code. Thank you, and we respectfully request that recommendation to the Cobb County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. We will now hear from the opposition.
May I ask that just one person at a time be on the podium? Please.
Carol, Carol, before you start, we're going to ask just one person on the podium at a time. So I believe, Mr. Duck, if you just want to
Oh.
take one of those seats, and that way, when you're done, we'll keep it from being a little too chaotic up there. Thank you.
Right. Okay. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I'm going to hand in this recent petition with 46 signers and also my letter of stipulation for the record. And you'll bear with me, I'm going to try to read the script because my software crashed and there's no voice track. So I'll do the best I can. And you can go ahead and roll the tape. Okay. Just east of the Shalford and Canton intersection, hidden behind semi-truck trailers, dump trucks, and old houses with overgrown vegetation, is a 2.88 acre site that has become a junkyard of the type rarely seen in suburban Cobb County next to a neighborhood. Like the contiguous Z40, Z52 has been continued for many months and is a source of great concern for the residents contiguous to the south property. Unlike Z40 at 1018, Shalford, this residentially zoned property, 1022, 1028, and 1054, is being used as a site for multiple businesses. Some have been unlicensed, that are heavy industrial, and there are multiple code violations regarding outdoor storage and heavy equipment. This developed over the course of 25 years, but it has gotten much worse recently. Since the application to rezone came in last September, there's been an effort to clean up the site, but as you can tell, there's still a long way to go. There are dozens of roll-off dumpsters, several hundred plastic bins, old inoperative trucks and vehicles without licenses. There are sheds and tractor trailers, as well as dump trucks on the 3 parcels. There are also 2 old houses that may need to be demolished at 1022 and 1028. We understood from an initial meeting with Kevin Moore that a Mr. Juan Hernandez wanted to buy the entire site for his construction debris removal business, Magic Touch Construction. The roll-off dumpsters, dump trucks, and plastic bins, they all belong to Magic Touch, and unfortunately, this business model does not belong in NRC, even as a special contractor. It's heavy industrial in nature, and there is likely a waste transfer component to that as well. It appears that there's been some discussion about a potential assemblage of the Z40 site with the Z52 site for light industrial uses, but what we are trying to do is to give the 2 parcels a similar zoning, deleting to NRC. The 2.8 acre property adjacent to the neighborhood on Judy Ann Lane. This is what the residents behind get to listen to as early sometimes as 6 o'clock in the morning on Sundays. It's been a nightmare for the residents, generating noise, garbage, rodent and mosquito infestation. The noise begins sometime before 6 and goes on for much of the day. These out-of-compliance uses have generated income for the owners while harming the quiet enjoyment and property values of the residents contiguous. If there's to be an assemblage with 1018, it would be helpful to have similar stipulations and rezoning. After much discussion with residents, Canton Road Neighbors suggests the following. We would support rezoning Z52 to NRC for neighborhood retail and professional offices only, subject to no boat or RV storage, no special exception uses, no automotive uses, no outdoor storage, no heavy equipment, 35-foot landscape buffer along the southern property line, 8-foot vinyl chain link fence, hours of operation, Monday through Friday, 8 to 6, Saturday, 8 to 2, and Sunday closed. Sheds to be removed, junk or inoperative vehicles to be removed, old wood privacy fence to be removed, roll-off dumpsters and plastic bins to be removed from site, no overnight parking for tractor trailers and dump trucks. Any revision to the site plan or amendments or stipulations shall come back before the BOC as other business, and a date certain to cure code enforcement violations and to address fencing and landscape buffer on subject property. These stipulations are needed to remedy the harm done to the adjacent residents on Judy Ann Lane. Thank you for your time. Oh, and this is a receipt for,
Drinking water.
this is a $1,200 receipt for pest control from one of the residents behind it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon Duck. So previously I was asked if I have a well. I don't have a well. I did get an estimate on a well last year, and then as we were walking around the property, I walked down to the stream that is, at the back of my property, which goes right beside Z52, borders it. And there was green, like muck and brown stuff, and I don't know what it is. Looked like hazardous waste. So I did not get the well because of fear. I wasn't gonna drink that water. There's no telling what's inside it. So no, I don't have a well. I know that Z52 borders this stream, and there's nothing stopping all the oil. I mean, I could see oil slicks in the stream. There was an old tire in the stream, just all kinds of different waste. A huge oil drum was in the stream right behind my house, which is right beside my mom's house. And this is just trickling down. There's a pond in Thornbrook subdivision where this water goes. And all these kids have a playground right here next to this contaminated water, and they're fishing in this pond. And they're canoeing and boating in this pond that is full of oil and God knows what else, antifreeze, whatever you would get from automobiles. So, I mean, that is one major concern of mine is the groundwater and the runoff. There's no detention pond. The chemicals are just coming straight to our property. We grow vegetables in the ground, always have. We've always had gardens. I'm concerned that the food we're eating has contaminants in it, pesticides or what else, I don't know. So it is a large concern. And as I said before, they've been operating illegally for such a long time. No one's done anything about it. And everyone I turned to, I called the EPA. They didn't want to do anything. They don't care. I mean, I just feel like everyone I talk to doesn't care. And this has just been going on forever. So I don't know what to do. Even, let's say you guys say, or allow construction. I mean, who's going to come out and enforce any rules? Because nothing, in my opinion, I haven't seen anything being enforced. And I just feel like, why try and do anything? I'm just wasting my time. So I'm hoping that you guys can change that for us and we can have a favorable decision that will not impact the residents, myself, my mom, and the other people. And we can come to a nice, quiet agreement. Did you want to say anything? So with that being said, it's just, so they've been, like I said, again, they've been operating illegally all this time. It's been zoned residential. We're concerned about, just all the contaminants.
Hi, my name's Janice Ducklow, and I just wanted to let you know, Sunday morning, we woke up about 6 o'clock or 10 till, and it sounded like thunder. And from the video that you saw, that was not nearly as bad as it sounds. So I just wanted to let you know that. And also, the stress amount of time, that's not been going on all those years. I mean, it got really bad. I think we have some pictures, and y'all probably have access to it as well. And it really got bad just the last few years. I think I would say probably 6 to 7. And that was when my neighbor moved, sold her home because of them, because of Mr. Weatherby. So I just appreciate all your help and concern. I wish that we would have been able to have gotten it sooner, but we were thinking that things were going to get better and not get so bad. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no other opposition. That concludes our public hearing for Z52. This is in District 3, so Commissioner Lindstrom will lead our discussion.
I don't know who to ask up first here. I'd like to ask Mr. Love to come back up. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, Duck, I'm sorry. I know Miss Love Duck is, no.
Everybody loves ducks.
I apologize. I do agree that I've never seen anything like 52, Z52 before. That's the first time I've ever seen 3 fences together either. But the water pollution bothers me tremendously. And I didn't realize that there was a neighborhood that has a pond that all this stuff is feeding into. And if you would send me a note, please. I do think a water testing should be done, but when we request it, I don't know if we can do this or not, Brian, but can we end up requesting not just for this particular site, but for the downstream pond that this junk is apparently feeding into? And is there a way to test any of the properties, the residential properties that back up to this that may be affected?
We can only place requirements, the county can only place requirements through this recommendation of the Board of Commissioners as to the subject property. I mean, there could be a request made to appropriate staff, but this body can't require that on something that's not as to the subject property pertinent to this rezoning.
Okay. Well, then that's a separate issue, the other pond. Yeah.
But we often require traffic studies which concern roads which are off the existing property. So why could we not require a study that analyzes other impacts from the property just as would a traffic study?
Well, that's part of the development standards and requirements, but I mean, we can't necessarily place requirements that extend beyond the subject property. I mean, as to your question about the traffic study, I mean, if that was applicable here, it deals with the roadway in front, ingress and egress as to this parcel, which is pertinent to the discussion. But I would have concern or offer concern if there were requirements placed downstream or anything as to this application.
But to be clear, you'd have no problem with us putting a requirement on that we test the groundwater at, say, 2 corners of the property on the south border?
It's not whether I have a problem with it or not, but that's the discretion of this board. I just don't recommend that we do things that are outside the purview of the application.
What does an individual, how do they approach having a water test done? I mean, from what I've seen, there's a good chance that this is polluted water for quite some time. So who does an individual, a resident, go to request that?
It might be an appropriate time to call up staff to ask questions relating to these topics.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can we have stormwater management come up, please?
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
I am concerned because of the types of material that are coming onto that property and have been on. The very first time I went there, I could not, in fact, I still haven't, I don't want to go on that property. But I counted well over 30 cars just parked with grass growing around. No one has ever checked for whether the gas tanks were empty. Oil's probably been dripping down. So who do people go to get, if they're concerned, where do they go to get these tests done?
Right. They would probably have to, if they wanted to try to, obtain some sort of water samples or something, there are some private firms that they could do that. Typically, the county does some water sampling, but it's usually for permitting requirements, so it's at outfalls of places like where a detention pond or something might outfall into a stream or something like that, where there's clearly a source where you can go to that source and you can obtain a sample there. And there's screening that's done, that's so-called wet weather screening, that is when it's raining. And then there's sometimes sampling done that's so-called dry weather screening, that is when it's not raining and there's just a base flow and you just want to get a sample of that. When I think about this site, I think this site right now doesn't have any detention. It's been an existing site. I think when I was doing my research on it, it was pretty much entirely developed all the way back before the year 2000. So I don't think it has any detention pond or a certain location where there's a pipe or something where you could go to that one source and obtain a sample there. So that makes sampling water from it a little bit challenging. Certainly you could, I'm sorry?
Well, doesn't that stream, does that stream touch on this property at all?
The stream is all the way to the right, and I don't know if it'll appear when you zoom in there a little bit if that level is turned on. I think that the stream is actually all the way kind of to the east, sort of right there, almost alongside where the railroad is. And I don't know if you have that level turned on for. What?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
okay.
not. Oh, okay, I got you. So it won't show up here, but I think the stream it isn't actually on this parcel. It's just immediately to the east of that.
Okay.
Certainly a sample could be obtained from the stream itself. The downside, I guess, to that is that a lot of other runoff enters the stream. So if you found something in that sample, it's hard to say, well, that contamination came from this and not from there or from another source. On this site, depending upon what the board chooses to do, if a lot of the things that the board is talking about, like for instance, you mentioned the cars and the vehicles and stuff like that on the site, if a lot of those vehicles and things are removed from the site, then once that source is gone, very soon after that contributing to that, or those contributions to like any contaminated water would also be gone. And so very likely, it's amazing, but nature has a way of cleaning itself up pretty quick once you get rid of those ongoing sources. And so that may rectify the situation there on its own. But there are some ways, if the owner or the board chose, the applicant or the owner of the property would have to, probably talk to some sort of private environmental firm, an environmental firm, and see how best to go about testing it, because it's, like I say, it's a bit of a challenge to somehow test the site and make sure that the sample that you're obtaining is indicative of just that site and that it's not just a sample from the stream that, has another several hundred acres of rainfall runoff into it. And so that doesn't really give you a lot of actionable information about what's coming off of this site, if that makes sense. So it's kind of a complex situation, but there are some private individuals that people could contact and could maybe try to establish some sort of baseline if that's what you were after. But, in a lot of times when we have some sort of sampling that's done, there may be some sort of comparison there where you're trying to establish like a pre versus post developed kind of comparison. And maybe that's kind of what you're going after. As far as the lake that's downstream, sometimes the board has recommended that there be some sampling or something done of waters that were off-site. But if there is a lake that's off-site, that lake is private property. And so it would require, obtaining that property owner's, permission to do that. And sometimes we've seen that the board is requested to do that, and then the property owner says, hey, no, thank you, I'd appreciate it, if you just not do that. So there are some other constraints like that. But I guess just specifically as it pertains to testing on the site, there are methods for doing that, and probably they would have to retain, some professional assistance in determining how best to go about that and test the site if that's what the board chose to do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
While you're up there, and if I could get, Cornelius, if I could get you to show us perhaps a topo, if you have access to that. Okay. So can you give us the general flow? I'm going to take it, generally speaking, from the numbers. The site would flow generally from the northwest corner to the southeast corner?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if one goes across Shallowford, there is a light industrial property there, for example, correct?
That's correct.
So do you happen to know whether or not stormwater flows across Shallowford Road at all? Do you know, one way or the other?
Yes, I believe the watershed, the overall watershed is draining from sort of north to south in this region. So you are getting contributing runoff there from that Shallowford Road area. I've forgotten exactly how much of that maybe on the north side of Shallowford is draining to it. Once you go a little ways on the other side of Shallowford to the north, the basin begins to drain the other way. It's probably a little bit difficult to see that on the contours here. But certainly there's runoff, from the railroad right-of-way in that area and some of those additional businesses. And also, no doubt, some from Shallowford Road itself that contributes to the stream flow there to the east of the site.
But one of your points to us is the faster we get some of the uses that have gone on in the past off this site, the faster we'll clear up whatever possible contamination may have existed.
Yes, absolutely.
And would buffering again be recommended here in terms of creating some sort of a buffer or requiring the removal of some concrete or surface?
Yeah, from an examination of the photographs in GIS, the site is mostly impervious now in its current condition, but certainly establishing a buffer around the edge, both for water quality and also just reducing overall site impervious area, that would definitely be welcome.
Okay. Any other comments on the use requested by the applicant?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I was wondering if Kevin could come up, yes, thank you.
Yes,
Kevin,
Commissioner.
I noticed that you made a point of saying that, well, it's NRC, all these things, stipulations go with it. Well, this was R20, and all those things should have gone with it. So I think I'm going to have a lot of stipulations in mind that are really part of NRC. And I'm doing that because these regulations aren't always kept. And I cannot remember on your latest site plan, which was, in February, I don't remember seeing a detention pond in here. Is there?
There is not. It's the site plan is an as-built survey of the property showing the existing buildings on it, and there's not an existing detention pond.
Yeah, okay. Maybe there could be one on there for the next go-round. All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
One more thing, I'm sorry. At least I caught you before you stepped in.
No worries. I get to charge by the hour, so I'm good.
That's bad. There is one thing, in talking to you, you mentioned that the removal of the dump trucks is not as easy a project to do. You can't just take them all home and put them in your backyard. So what is a reasonable time to have this entire area cleaned up, including the removal of the metal buildings?
I think the reasonable time would have to be something that, that the planning commission decides in their discretion for allowance. All I can state is simply stating, for example, we want all of the, because it's an existing business with the dump trucks, we want those gone next week, for example. I'm just giving an example on the extreme side. Well, they've got to go somewhere because you just can't put them anywhere, obviously, because you wouldn't want to violate the zoning of whatever you're moving them to. So there is some time involved with that and scheduling. There's certainly, if you're talking about the demolishing buildings, I'm not proposing that occur, but if there is a time frame that the commission puts on it, I guess that's the decision that you make.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I
Okay.
had one more question for Kevin.
Mr. Moore, thank you.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Yes, Kevin. I think in the prior meeting, you had said this was a leased property, and there were likely some short-term leases with the current operator?
Correct.
In place? Is that still the case, that there has not been any long-term lease or anything established at this point? Still a short-term lease that the operator currently has with the property?
Correct. There's no long-term lease involved for any of the businesses. That's correct.
Okay. And the other question on, I had one other question, but you know what? It just slipped my mind, so it might come back a little bit later. If it does, I'll come back. But
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Are you showing your age? I am ready to make a motion, but I have to say, I apologize to the neighbors that they have, I don't know why they didn't call earlier, but I've never seen such a mess. So I'd like to make a motion. Is there any other comments that anybody wants to make?
You have the floor, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, I move to approve Z52 to delete, I hope I'm saying this right. I hope you'll correct me, John, if I'm not. To delete LI proposed zoning to NRC for neighborhood retail with the following stipulations. And I guess I really should say neighborhood retail and professional uses only, with the following stipulations. Okay, no one fall asleep. Stipulations of the provisions listed under NRC section 134-213 under item 3, permitted uses. The following would not be appropriate at any of these named parcels. And there are 4 parcels, so that you know we're talking about. Billiards, pool halls, vape and smoke shops, no heavy truck repair, no gun shops, no pawn and title shops, no massage parlors, no convenience stores with fuel sales, no recycling collection locations, no used car sales, no contractor with heavy equipment, and that's again 12,500 pounds or greater. No heavy equipment, that's the same thing. No diesel repairs, no outside storage, and that includes autos, RVs, trucks, boats, containers, roll-offs, machinery, garden debris. No auto repair. I think I said that one. No auto repair. No work to be done outside. Parking for customers and employees to be clearly lined. And this is an iffy one because This is only if the house is kept. There should be, I guess, eventually, it won't be right now, but customer parking. The level of impervious surface should be clean. If a dumpster is required in the future, the dumpster should be enclosed on a pad, out of sight, and emptied weekly as well for following Cobb County requirements. The dumpster sizes should be from no more than 6 yards. No business which emits odors, noxious fumes, or sounds. No fabricators or welding. Transfer station of any kind shall be avoided. No roll-off containers or bins to be dropped off and stored. Landscaping along the frontage is to be consistent with its neighbor Z40 as recommended and approved by the county arborist. The impervious surface not to exceed 70%. Sidewalk to be included along all frontage areas connecting Z40 to all the way to the existing car wash that's right past next door to Z52. I don't think I mentioned the sidewalk in Z40, but that is in the staff recommendations. Hours of operations, and Carol, tell me, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 2, Sunday closed. Is that acceptable? Yeah. No chain link or barbed wire fencing anywhere in the front or middle of the property. Removal of all existing sheds and metal buildings. We're not even sure what's in the metal buildings. We're not even sure who's even working on this property. We think 4 companies are. So we need to remove everything. Groundwater being tested. We talked about that, but there is no real groundwater to be tested on this property. I do believe a stormwater detention pond should be on this property. It's big enough. It needs to happen. The following stipulations also apply to those parcels whose rear borders face the residences along Judy Ann Lane. And those are parcels, and I've numbered these on my recommendations 1, 3, and 4. 1 is the address is 1022. It's parcel ID ending with 0020. Parcel 3 is the property behind 1028. Parcel number ends with 0010. And then the 4th is numbered 1054. Parcel number is 0020. The neighbors are requesting new black vinyl coated 8-foot chain link fence along the residence property line. All old fencing, chain, or chain link are to be removed from the property. Landscaping to be installed within the buffer along the borderline backing up to the residences and maintained in perpetuity. The landscaping to be approximately 4 feet high, which can reach the height of 6 feet within 2 years. And while we think 2 rows of thuja, green giant, arborvitae, or that's what we would recommend, the county arborist and district commissioner will have final say of any landscaping done. The front and side setbacks to remain as they currently are. The rear buffer is to be 40 feet from the property line. In addition to all this, there's the cleanup of the parcel. We ask that all currently parked cars, RVs, boats, heavy machinery, dump trucks, tires, slide-off containers, and any other container is to be removed within 60 days. The parcels are to be immaculate as possible. It's so tempting for me to ask, but I don't know if it's even possible, to have that top layer of dirt scraped off and removed. Can I do that, Brian or John?
On what part of the property, Commissioner Lindstrom, were you talking about?
I think the whole property. It has been, the picture that is currently up does not do the junk proper due. They've had so many cars parked every which way on this thing and so much oil leaking out of them. I'm really concerned about that water.
Well, that would be a new condition I don't think we've ever put on anyone else. I would think that the soil testing that we discussed would address that problem. And if there were any pollutants in the soil, there would have to be a plan in place to clean up the soil by removing it from the site, depending on where it is.
Okay, well then I would ask for the ground to be tested.
Okay, and, probably add on to that any areas of pollution be removed in compliance with federal and state rules.
Okay, do you have that? Good, because I don't have that. All right, and then after the 60 days, and to avoid the buildup of cars, equipment, and containers and junk in the future, we ask that code enforcement inspect all of the properties, all of the parcels, there's 4 in this one, every 3 months for 1 year to see if they're complying. And at this time, I really want to thank the Canton Road neighbors and Carol Brown for the bulk of the work that was done on this case. I think that seeing three fences in a row, back to back, took the cake. And that's my recommendation.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second for purposes of discussion again.
All right, motion and second. Commissioner
Yeah,
Boulogne.
just a series of questions. So there is a continuous landscape buffer along the southern border of Z52 then is being made a condition. And what's the width of that landscape buffer?
The length of the properties. And
No, the width, how far to the north off the property line should that?
Oh, I mean, maybe I phrased that incorrectly. This is to match
So-
C40,
So 40 feet?
40 feet.
Okay. And you made a comment that the front side setbacks are to be as currently provided, but is that as per an R20 or as per an NRC?
This is for the NRC.
Okay, so just per the NRC code, no variances?
No.
then? Okay. And then as to groundwater testing, are there any specific locations where you wish to specify the groundwater testing proceed and then as to whether that should come before consideration by the Board of Commissioners or whether that should merely be before any
Well-
subsequent administrative action?
There are 2 pieces to that testing. One is the ground testing. I would like the dirt tested because the groundwater seems to be off of this Z52.
Can we perhaps take specific commentary from Stormwater as to what tests might reasonably be required at a cost that isn't too severe?
Yes, thank you. Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management. Yeah, when I think of groundwater, a lot of times, typically my thought on groundwater is, if you drilled a well or something into the ground and you're pumping that water out for use. Usually though, wells like that are of any depth, it's somewhat uncommon for just surface contamination to really easily get into the groundwater because the groundwater table is not, it's not something like, just like a bowl of water or something under the site. The water is actually depending upon climatic conditions and rainfall, that water moves and passes from different areas slowly through the soil and through the rock layers beneath the site. So in my opinion, it might be better for this site to just maybe take some randomized soil samples from a few locations on the site and actually just see what's there in the soil. Is it of some level, and what material is there? Is it of some actionable level that's outside of the range of, what would be considered, reasonable? And then if it is, based on where those randomized samples are taken, you could determine, hey, maybe we need to remove a little bit of material here. A lot of times, leakage from something like if you had a vehicle parked somewhere and you leaked, several cupfuls of oil in one spot, because oil is lighter than water, frequently if there's water runoff there, that's going to be kind of mobilized and moved away, and there really may not be much to remove there. The kind of things that tend to hang around on sites are other chemicals or metals or things like that maybe don't become, they're not water soluble, or they're not lighter than water and they won't float with the water and leave the site. So kind of my recommendation, rather than try to take groundwater sampling, which usually when I think of groundwater, I'm thinking of boring down into the ground and removing a sample of water below the surface. I don't think that would be as instructive as just obtaining some randomized soil samples at the surface and just see what that shows you. And if the levels are below some actionable level, then I don't think you have anything to worry about it. If one or two of them come back that they're maybe higher than some what's considered to be normal levels, then probably you could do some very localized just removal of the surface materials, and then you could test again. That's usually how they do on sites where there's contaminated soils. If you test in one location and you find a little contamination, you just scrape off a little bit in that area and then just test again and see if you find it there. And very frequently, soil is kind of like a sponge, so you may not have to remove very much at all. It may just be just right at the surface, and so there may not really be even anything to be removed.
Can you specify depths at which soil samples should be taken? Would it be like every 6 inches for 2 feet or something, or what are you asking?
I would think it would be just right at the surface.
Just right at the surface? And you
Exactly.
You said randomized. Are there 1 or 2 spots where you think particularly we should get a soil sample?
Yeah, if you walked over the site, certainly areas, where there are buildings and soil isn't exposed, definitely I would exclude that. If there are natural areas of any little bit of landscaping or trees around the edges, I would exclude that. But certainly areas where if there's been materials stacked up there of some unknown type or material, or if there have been vehicles parked there that look like they might have been being worked on, those might be good areas to say, hey, this looks like a good area, let's sample here. And then I would sample just right at the surface and then just see what that sample shows.
So at least one sample from the eastern boundary, somewhere on the eastern boundary then perhaps?
Yep, that would be fine. Yeah, maybe if you took 3 or 4 samples just scattered over the site, sort of at locations that were just logically look like they could potentially be contaminated areas, sample right at the surface, see what that shows you. And then if anything needs to be removed, then you could decide if you needed to sample further from there.
So one or more of the samples to be within 10 feet of the eastern boundary nearest to the CSX rail line, would that be sufficient?
That would be fine with me. If you're trying to identify, potentially contaminated areas, it may be when you walk over the site, I don't know exactly what they've been doing on that far eastern side of the site. So if that area is just kind of open, exposed gravel, it may not be as valuable to test there as it might be somewhere else. But certainly, whoever they hired to do that could, no doubt would have some experience, and they could look at that and make some determination. But
would it help for you to be present for that?
I can be, if the board desires. It wouldn't be something that typically the water system is involved with, because we don't really have the capability of doing soil sample testing. But it would probably have to be a private consultant that the owner hired and retained to do that. But I could be present if that was desired.
I'm just thinking that might be better than trying to come up with specs today.
Sure.
I agree. I think we're getting a little too granular here in where samples are going to be taken on the site. They have professionals that do that, and they would develop a scope of work for the owner of the property, the owner of the business, and let them handle that.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So I think we have that. All right. And I've already made my motion.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Any
I would
further
say-
discussion?
Just a very quick comment, just for context. I think there are a lot of important changes and recommendations here. My leaning would be that they have a person who's an operator on this site, and I probably think, given the expense and scope of some of these, that would be probably prudent to think about having some input from that operator or allowing a chance for that operator, because these are, it's a pretty important but also wide-ranging scope that flows ultimately due to the tenant on the site who operates, and maybe some of that comes to the landlord, maybe that some goes to them, but just a consideration, just to provide some context on kind of where my head is at.
Well, the way I'm hearing you is the operator of who's ever operating there, but I don't think any of them have a business license to operate there.
Yeah, I think these would all be conditions that they would have to meet in order to secure that. So I think the motion's just for
Shouldn't the owner of the property have to pay for that?
No, the owner can pass through the expense to the operator. All I'm saying is that my head is probably leaning towards giving some time for that input to occur.
Correct.
But I appreciate the motions and the scope and extent of it, but just wanted to say that.
Okay.
Are you open to what I think Commissioner Anderson is saying is some timing for the sampling and testing to be done, I guess, within, is that?
Just to clarify, I probably, just maybe give time for the applicant to speak with their operator. That could be 30 days. And I don't think testing and sampling and all that stuff will be arranged in time to have any definitive, and that's probably outside of our purview in terms of it being more technical analysis, but that was just a recommendation on my end. But I'm happy to also to go with the discretion of the board here. I just wanted to share some thoughts ahead of time.
Well, I think, I mean, this is such a big endeavor to just get the equipment off of the property. I would think 60 days might be better for that.
So make sure I'm understanding you, because we have a motion to approve it subject to stipulations right now.
Okay, let me change that.
And we have a second, and then we're saying 60 days, so I want to be sure.
Well, let me change that one stipulation for groundwater testing, because that is one that I added, to be done within 60 days. And
Of 60 days
of this being,
approved
approved
by the Board of
by
Commissioners?
the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
I understand they're working on a lot of this as we speak. I would like to know, though, before we go through with this, how much is, and maybe this question is for stormwater management, do you have an idea, does anyone have an idea of how much it costs to do something like this ground testing? This doesn't strike me as one of those, take it down to the county and they'll test it to see, if you can plant tomatoes in it. This is a bigger thing.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't have a good estimate. I would think if they took maybe, I'm just guessing, maybe 4 randomized samples on the site and had that tested just to yield the results of that, that probably wouldn't be terribly expensive to do that. depending upon what those samples showed and what the decision was to move forward, if that required some remediation, I think that's where the expense would then really begin
Okay.
to enter in. So it's kind of hard to say.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, and a slightly amended version of one of your stipulations for soil testing to be completed within 60 days of the Board of Commissioners' approval. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay. Any other further discussion? You good? Okay. All right, we'll call the question. Motion is approved 3-1 with Commissioner Anderson in opposition. We will break here for 10 minutes and come back, reconvene at 11:07.
early head count for rezoning case Z26 of 2024 and GC Holdings LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z26? Please stand up, raise your hand. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed to rezoning case Z26. Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z26? Please stand up, raise your hands.
I can report my client has stepped out, but he supports it. He was here.
All right, put down 1. Okay,
I didn't say I support it also to get the count to 2. I mean, that would,
all right. Next case is rezoning case Z9 of 2024. Thomas Ork requests rezoning from CRC and R20 to RM8 for a townhome community in land lot 1300 of the 19th district. The property is located on the north side of Veterans Memorial Highway and on the west side of Burris Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z9? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Go ahead, Mr. Huff.
good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Sams Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application before you. I'd like to go through some of the particulars of the piece of property and the proposal and how it's progressed over time. This is a piece of property that's at the intersection of Veterans Memorial Highway and Burris Road. It is the south or the northwest corner of that intersection. As you can see on this aerial that's up on your board right now, it's zoned CRC, Community Retail Commercial. It is, in fact, as developed with a commercial building at the corner that has seen better days. It's way past its useful life and is not the most attractive commercial building. The initial site plan that we had showed some townhomes and wrapping the commercial corner with townhomes and the RM8 category. As we met with the staff and we met with the Mableton Improvement Coalition, and we also met with the neighborhood group, the neighborhood that's brand new that's down Burris Road, and met with them. And the consensus was we actually don't need extra commercial on Veterans Memorial, especially in this location, that actually making it all residential makes more sense than keeping a commercial corner. I also want to point out that to the west is Chattahoochee Tech, their center right there to the west. And so you've got, this is sandwiched between Burris, Veterans to the south, and then Chattahoochee Tech on the west. So after going through that, we revised the site plan, and this is what's before you today. And it's the entire site as 52 townhomes on Burris with access off of Burris. It's all RM8, and it would be a townhome community designed to serve the needs for housing in this area. We all know housing is a constant need throughout the entire county, and so this is what we've presented before, and showing 52 units. The staff has recommended RA5. We believe RM8 because there is a need for housing, and putting housing in an appropriate location makes most sense on an arterial road. It makes sense from a planning. If you look at surrounding zonings, there is some additional newer RM8s further to the east along Veterans Memorial, and so it is consistent with some other of the previous zonings. If you adopted the RA5, that would be roughly 32 units. We think 52 makes more sense in this location. We have just received some revised comments from DOT regarding the access onto Burris Road. That is the proposed access. We are aware that there are concerns about some site distance, and we've asked the engineers. We just don't have that feedback yet as to the status of that access. Does it have this appropriate site distance? What improvements need to be made? We also understand that there is a commitment from the developer to the north on Burris Road to make improvements, and there was some funding provided to make improvements to the intersection of Burris and Veterans Memorial. And we also understand that will make an existing traffic backup hopefully better when that improvement is done. And that's being done as part of the other development that made a commitment to those improvements. We don't think any additional improvements is needed for this project because that was adding decel lanes for turning movements on Veterans Memorial. So we think this is appropriate given the location, given the area. The staff recommends approval at RA5. At 32, we recommend that you approve this as requested at 52 with an RM8. Townhomes on an arterial road, providing housing for young families is something that the county desperately needs. Appreciate your time and your consideration in reviewing this, and we appreciate Mableton Improvements Coalition's involvement in the case as we move forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the opposition.
My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the Zoning Committee Co-Chair for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And we would ask that if you have to make a recommendation on this proposal today, that it be a recommendation for denial. As Mr. Huff has laid out, this is a blighted commercial property with highway frontage. Burris Road, the side street, is the access point for hundreds of homes in the neighborhoods north of Veterans Memorial Highway. So how this development interacts with Burris Road is very, very important, and there are a lot of questions that remain about that, not just from the DOT perspective, but from the neighborhood plan. The proposal for townhomes is in keeping with the trend towards conversion of underutilized commercial property to residential use in this area of Mableton, and we support that. We think that a good residential development on this location could be successful, but it needs excellent design. It needs imaginative design, and it needs to not be just 52 more cookie-cutter townhomes. We've not yet seen elevations. We don't really understand what as you notice, there's no stipulations letter. We don't know what the square footage is. We don't know if they're one-story, two-story. At the community meeting months ago, we saw some very underwhelming elevations that we've not really ever seen since. So this is not a proposal that we can be supportive of today. When you look at the site plan, you realize that these 52, that numbering the units up to 52 is a little bit optimistic. There's no buffer provided on the western side adjacent to Chattahoochee Tech, so these homeowners would be backed up to a commercial building. As far as design is concerned, we're talking about multiple blocks of 6 townhomes repeated over and over and over. The backs of the townhouses face the fronts of the homes on the east side of Burris Road. If I were to live on Burris Road, I'd not be very interested in looking at somebody's back deck. Although there are nice furry little trees drawn in on the site plan, we don't have any real understanding of what that landscaping might be. The site plan includes private streets, which can frequently be a burden to small developments like this, with those costs for repaving and repair being borne by the HOA in the future. And the stormwater area is optimistically small, we believe, which gives the impression that there's far more green space here than actually is likely in the final plan. There are no amenities laid out. The developer was pressed for that at the neighborhood meeting, and there were some vague discussions, but no details have come forth. This plan is probably too dense for this property. Certainly there's going to have to be not only the required setback from Veterans Memorial, but enough setback from Veterans Memorial and enough good design to make a development successful that fronts on a 5-lane U.S. highway. This is what this property looks like today. I've been listening to the 2 cases that came before us. I feel from the bottom of my heart sympathy for the homeowners in the area of those 2 cases in District 3. This is what we look at daily in District 4. This property has been under its current ownership for several years and has only continued to decline. So I think you can see that we would certainly like a good replacement to this, but we don't think we've seen it quite yet. So at this point, we're in the position of recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hearing and seeing no additional opposition, zoning case Z9 is in District 4, and I will lead this discussion with respect to this rezoning. If I could get DOT to come up. Want to acknowledge our Planning Commission Chairman has arrived too.
Good morning, Ligia Florim, DOT.
Good morning, Ligia. Just real quick, the applicant alluded to some revised DOT comments with respect to this case. Could you just quickly summarize for me and the rest of the commissioners the nature of those revisions, or revised comments, excuse me?
Yes, thank you. So we have received comments from the community and their concerns about the state of Burroughs Road. It is currently substandard. It's 20 feet wide as opposed to 11-foot lanes, which will be 22-foot wide all throughout. And that's how it's been, so far. So for this, we're recommending that they improve Burroughs Road along their frontage, so to make it up to standard and to include curb and gutter and sidewalk along their entire frontage from Veterans Memorial. And what else do we include? Give me 1 second. And verify the site distance, as their representative mentioned. The site distance from their proposed driveway, it seems to be obscured by vegetation, but it's probably going to be improved as they develop their property, and to ensure that it is 280 at the minimum.
Okay. Is there a traffic study required for this?
Not for the development as proposed.
Okay.
Because it's not dense enough to trigger the traffic study.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could have the applicant's representative come back. Parks, just real quick, you've heard some of the comments from the community, and I have a question about public-private streets. What are they intended to be at this point?
They're designed, at least drawn right now, as private streets.
Do you have any concerns about, assuming 52 units to the acre, or 52 units, their ability to maintain those, because those can get costly over time and so forth? What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, they will have to have a robust HOA, which they would have anyway, because maintenance of the landscaping and exteriors would be part of an HOA responsibility. So they'll have a HOA that would collect fees and escrow those for paving that would happen every 10 years or so.
And then amenities, it was mentioned that there are no amenities here.
At 52 units, you're not going to have an active amenity. You're not going to have a tennis court or something like that. But passive amenities, fire pit, gathering areas, things like that would be what we would be programmed. They're just not designed yet.
Okay. And then the architectural features of the structures themselves. I've seen what was submitted with the application, and I tend to agree with what was shared earlier. What was provided seems to lack a little bit of detail in terms of stacked rock, board and batten, hardy plank, masonry, those sorts of things. You may not be able to, do you know what the client's interested, or not interest, but intentions are with respect to?
Yeah, they want to, and in fact, I did candidly receive a updated architectural plan today, but because it was so late, I wasn't going to submit it and try to, but they are working on different architectural details to hopefully, appease some of the concerns.
And you mentioned in your opening comments that you I guess, have an engineer that is assessing the site distance issues, but
Correct.
that information is not available.
Correct. Yeah, when I talked to him about 2 weeks ago, he was trying to get the profiles to be able to analyze the access.
Okay.
Because there is a the site sits well below, and the middle of the site sits below Burris Road, and so that doesn't provide a connection there. So it has to be all the way to the north. So I asked him to look at it, and just, he hasn't had a chance to have that data back yet.
Okay. Those are all my questions of the applicant for now.
I just had two questions. One, was this going to be for sale only?
Yes.
Just to confirm?
Yes, this would be for sale. We would agree to 10% rental maximum.
Okay, great. And then the second question was, can you address the comment around the buffer or lack of buffer to the west? And, because those, could you just, what will happen in terms of, to address that concern that was raised by?
Yeah, I mean,
me?
that was something that's been raised, and we haven't had the engineer be able to address it yet, but we would have that buffer with fencing and such. Actually, we were looking at having more buffer along Burris, because as you travel along Burris, it'd be nice to have landscaping along there. And we think the transition between this and the Chattahoochee Tech facility is not, it's not an inconsistent use in terms of it's not loud and things. It's just got some students and parking, but it's not, hugely inconsistent. So we would handle that with some fencing and some additional landscaping.
And just if we go, do we have the site plan back on the, I was looking at the site plan just a moment ago, just with the landscaping, is there any place to put landscaping? It looks like those are largely, you're kind of, the backyard effectively, any landscaping would eliminate the backyards on those western sides.
Yeah, that would be, the separation would be largely a privacy fence in that area.
Okay, so the homes would, if this were kept, would,
Right.
you're smack
Yeah,
dab on that. Okay.
If this case is continued, we'll ask the engineer to see if we can add some landscaping and a buffer.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my two questions.
Commissioner Boulogne.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just quickly, staff recommendation was for,
RA5,
okay, that would get you how many units?
32.
Is that anything that would interest your developer client?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, and what about building the roads to public road standards?
Yeah, that's-
Is that a deal breaker, or is that something that can be
No,
done?
that's not a deal breaker.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? So, seeing that there still seem to be some outstanding questions, concerns about the application, and Parks, you can stay right there real quick. I'd like to recommend or suggest that we hold this. I'm wondering if 30 days is going to be sufficient, or if there's additional time that's needed to come up with perhaps a new site plan, and also give your engineer time to really assess and evaluate the site distance issue, also the architectural elements that we think need to be incorporated.
I would be comfortable with 60 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion that we hold this for 60 days, giving the applicant time to get additional information from the civil engineer with respect to the site distance matters, architectural elevations for the structure themselves, to consider public-private streets interior, and then also the buffer issues, and then also looking at the density and staff's recommendation that it be 5 units to the acre. And that would be my motion. And the date is August 6th.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. John, if you want to call the next. Oh, Stephen didn't vote. Okay. Yeah, and we will, Stephen, just, Chairman, we're taking a case out of order. We're going to Z26 now. Okay.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z26 of 2024, NGC Holdings LLC, request rezoning from GC to NRC for a convenience store at fuel sales and retail in land lot 60 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Jamerson Road and on the west side of Canton Road. Earlier, there's 2 people here in opposition and 1 in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
So I'm in opposition. We want the applicant to speak first. The applicant has to speak first. Let me get Park. I'm not sure.
You stepped outside for a second. That's why I had to escape. And Madam Clerk, we just add a note that we're taking this case out of order to accommodate the attorney's schedule at a different government this afternoon. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was going to be after the next one. Well, I didn't mean to leave. So this is a case that y'all have seen before. So this is a situation where you've got a property that's zoned general commercial in Cobb County. And I know I'm going to complain about it, and it always falls on deaf ears. It is wrong for the county to not allow people to use their GC. This property as zoned has no uses. There's no use that can go into it. Yet it sits at a signalized intersection of Jamerson Road and Canton Highway, and it's zone GC. So just be aware that what you've done to the property owner, you being the county, by taking away that GC usability is, I think, wrong. But that's what we have. We've got a Rite Aid building, zone general commercial. The property has been for sale because it's been a closed Rite Aid store for quite some time. The property owner has been trying to sell this for a while. The last proposal that was before you that was withdrawn before the Board of Commissioners vote was for a Quick Trip convenience store on this corner. And I can report that because I also represent the property owner, that every offer they have received has included fueling. And there's a reason for that. You have 30,000 cars a day on Canton Road. You have 18,000 cars a day on Jamerson Road. It's a signalized intersection. You have a lot of cars that pass this. I want to contrast this to the previous case where the gentleman was talking about his house now being able to see the racetrack sign. One of the things about this property is you really don't have residential around it. And so it even makes more sense than most sites because you're not butting up against commercial. You got in light industrial to the north, you've got some industrial to the east, north, south, GC and NRCs. So fueling has been a use that has always been proposed by every potential buyer for this property. So this is the existing Rite Aid building. Again, it's been closed for quite a while. Been on the market, trying to sell it for fair market value. The Quick Trip proposal would have demolished the existing building and rebuilt a brand new store. What my client is proposing to do is, and you can see from this, it's a very attractive building. It's a real shame to think that this would get torn down. But economically, he has come up with a scenario that serves the surrounding public need for fueling along corridors, traffic corridors, and also add some additional retail space while keeping the existing structure, which makes a lot of sense for a lot of different reasons. So this is the Quick Trip proposal that you saw a couple of months ago, and you can see it had that building being removed, and it had 8 pumps. I always hesitate on how to describe it, but 8 different pumps, 2 fueling positions per pump. And so it was very, serving a large demand that you would expect at a signalized intersection. But there was some concern about too much fueling. So what my client did was they came up with a site plan that is shown here, and it has 5 fueling positions between the building and Canton Road with a canopy there. That was the site plan that was filed with his rezoning request. And you can see from this, the first roughly 5,000 square feet that faces that canopy would be built out as a traditional convenience store. It will be a branded convenience store. It's not an independent, but part of a branding convenience store by a client that has a great track record of building and operating good convenience stores. But in addition to that, it has retail spaces that are designed to be able to have outside doors to the parking lot. There's plenty of parking on the site. And then, so not only are you getting fueling, which is needed, you are now also getting additional retail opportunities. So a T-Mobile store could go in one of those retail spaces. So again, you're adding more uses for the community to use. But the most common need in this area is fueling. I mean, it is a signalized intersection, and I know I sound repetitive, but it is at the intersection of 2 major roads with a whole lot of traffic. So we were asked by the adjacent property owner whether we could minimize the fueling even more. So this is a site plan that we submitted showing 4 pumps and a reduced canopy. Again, the reason for this debate, and I don't want to be repetitive because I know y'all heard a lot of dialogue about this with the QT application. There is interparcel access between the property to the south and our subject property. They can access the Jamerson Road intersection, and there's easements in place for that driveway to be usable for that shopping center. And then the driveway that serves both of these properties on Canton Road is actually physically located on their property. And so that is detailed in an easement agreement, and actually works in this situation because now you have the driveway further from the Canton Road intersection, which from traffic standpoint makes the most sense. So we'd be using the current existing driveways. We've continuing, and Mr. Jordan, who represents the adjacent property owner, I think is going to stand up and say, we still oppose it, but we're actually today have had some dialogue, and we expect to continue some additional dialogue. But we think that in the context of this application, being able to convert an existing building that's zoned general commercial, and the county should have never taken that general commercial use away from it, and allow it to be rezoned NRC, and there is no reason to limit fuel sales here. I know that Ms. Brown will make an impassioned statement about left-turning movements being a concern. And your DOT has very detailed standards about left-turning movements, and they've had recommendations on that we've agreed to on changing that access driveway on Canton Road to address their request. But let me tell you the logic part of this. This is the northeast corner with the convenience store and fuel sale that is at the northeast corner. This is at the southeast corner, which is another fueling and convenience store with some additional retail. If you are at this intersection and you want to fuel, you have to turn left if you are going south. So if you're concerned about left turning movements, putting fueling on the right side of the road makes logical sense. It actually cuts down on left turning movements. So I know Ms. Brown is very concerned about left turning movements, but I actually think adding fueling to this side of the road makes sense and will actually reduce left turning movements logically. The example I can give you is the QT and racetrack at the intersection of Old Canton and Roswell Road. That intersection had a bad accident history. Quick Trip was there first when racetrack, when I represented them on the proposal on the catty corner to that. I thought there would be a concern about the intersection, but everyone picked up on the fact that, you know what? Left turn, right turn movements are now the standard at that intersection. You're not making people try to turn left to fuel. I fuel
You got
whatever's
2 minutes,
easiest. So this is a situation where you have a commercialized corner. You have 48,000 cars a day going by this intersection. A certain number of them need to fuel. We're adding only 4 fueling, and those 4 fueling positions are extremely important for the success of the entire redevelopment or remodeling of this building. So it's a large building. It's too large for just a convenience store, so it needs to be a convenience store with additional retail. And if you provide a use that brings people into the site, such as those 4 fueling positions, you will increase the viability and success of those other retail spaces. So it's a win-win. And I think that the only real negative is to say we don't need more fueling. We're all driving electric cars. That's not happening now. The demand and the need is for the traveling public that needs a place to fuel and to provide not only opportunity to have multiple uses in this building. So we think that you should, and your staff has recommended approval. Your professional staff who's paid to analyze these things has recommended approval of this application. So we ask that you approve the application as presented and do not arbitrarily exclude fueling as a use for this property.
Thank you.
32 seconds.
You did good. We'll hear from the opposition now.
Oop, apologize for that. As Park said, my name is Lawton Jordan. I represent the property owner to the immediate south, Bellini Construction Company. They run the restaurant Vespucci's Italian Restaurant. They also are the landlords to the 2 tenants there, which is a donut store and a Planet Smoothie. As Mr. Huff said, we are opposed to this. The properties have a shared driveway, which means that at least half, if not more, of the people coming into this gas station will be coming through my client's parking lot. There are a lot of trips, as Ms. Brown is going to talk about. So we feel like the impact on my client is significant, and we are presently opposed. That said, we did have a conference with the buyer of this property today. We will talk to him next week. My clients were, in fact, supportive of the Quick Trip rezoning in the end after concessions were made. So it is possible our position changes, but right now, as it stands, we are opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from our next opposing party.
Good afternoon. Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. We're going to, actually, this is a sort of a rerun, and we're going to rerun a tape that was used for Z30 Quick Trip without the sound. You're going to hear my script on this. I do want to submit for the record this petition with 34 signers. It was only started last Thursday night in opposition to this particular use. Okay. You'll go ahead and start the tape, please. Thank you. Unlike its predecessor, Z30 Quick Trip, Z26 is a better plan with 6 fewer fuel positions and planned adaptive reuse of the existing vacant Rite Aid building. We note staff recommends approval, but also recommended approval for the Quick Trip. The challenges associated with the Quick Trip application remain, although they are somewhat less due to the reduced number of fuel pumps. This is still a small site at 1.65 acres, and the Canton Road shared access driveway is still a problem. Compared to other gas stations located at signalized intersection, this driveway was not designed to handle a fairly high volume of traffic. Due to its distance from the signalized intersection, the driveway can't be widened to better accommodate ingress and egress. Entering the driveway requires a steep U-turn to get to subject property. The shared access driveway is on property owned by the contiguous business owners, meaning that a fairly high volume of traffic at peak hours will be crossing their property to get to the fuel canopy. The proposed visits to the site under the quick trip was 2,057 per day, or 4,114 turning movements. That was for the C-store and 16 fuel positions. The proposed visits to the site for Z26 are 2,571, with the proposed retail plan ending 534 vehicles per day for a total of 3,105, or 1,000 less than the quick trip. The distance from the fuel pumps and canopy to the restaurant's outdoor dining has not changed. Adequate parking for the adjacent business owners remains a problem. The location of the fuel pumps and canopy removes parking spaces which might be shared between the two parcels, as has been the practice since the restaurant opened in 2011, 13 years ago. Several points are very clear. The original design of subject property did not envision a high-traffic volume use like convenience store with fuel sales. This is apparently one of the most intense uses in terms of vehicles per day that can be built. The shared driveway, which is on contiguous property, was not designed to accommodate a high volume of vehicles per day. There is documentation of the joint driveway easement, but unfortunately documentation of shared parking between the two parcels can't be found. However, that has been the practice for 13 years. While the contiguous property has appropriate parking for retail, it is underparked for restaurant use. Photographs taken last fall on a Friday evening at 8 p.m., Cal football night, shows that the overflow parking takes up most of the area in front of the vacant Rite Aid, where the proposed fuel canopy would be built. A quick look at the vehicles per day on uses similar to the former Rite Aid explain why shared parking was possible at that time. Recent data at a Walgreens with a comparable structure is 1,411. On an Aldi supermarket, 14,000 square feet is 1,314. National average on a 4,000 square foot fast food restaurant is 1,800 vehicles per day. While Z26 is less intense than the previous quick trip application, it is still an intense use and will almost certainly have a negative impact on the contiguous businesses, two of which have been in operation for over a decade. The impact of a large C-store will certainly harm the early morning business of Ray's Donuts due to peak traffic volume and competition from sale of coffee and pastries. We believe that the landowner absolutely has the right to an economically viable use of their property and should be given a viable zoning. However, the available uses should not be so intense as to overwhelm 3 existing businesses which share the driveway crossing their property with the adjacent property owner. Therefore, we would support the following: deletion to NRC for neighborhood retail offices, and other permitted uses under NRC subject to the following: excluded uses to include convenience store with fuel sales, automotive uses, pawn or title pawn, contractor as a special exception, no outdoor storage, no heavy equipment, modification of site plan or amendment of stipulations to come before the BOC as other business, adherence to Canton Road design guidelines, and Canton Road driveway to be limited to right in, right out. Staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Please give this to the clerk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that all the opposition? It looks like it is. So this is in Zone 3, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom.
Can I have DOT come up, please?
Good morning, Ligia Florum, DOT.
Good morning. Please tell me that the traffic on Jamerson and on Canton Road is very high. It's intensive. And especially at business hour, it's bumper to bumper. But my concern on this one has to do with the width of this property that they're talking about of Rite Aid. It is a beautiful building, and I'd hate to see it torn down. But I'm concerned of I'm concerned of that parking lot becoming like Demolition Derby. I don't know if anybody used to watch that, but I did. But cars were always watching out for each other. In Demolition Derby, they would head for each other. But, so the way I understand, is it true that the estimated cars coming in from either direction to that site is about 2,200 cars a day?
Correct. So it will be 3,105 vehicles coming in and out. So in will be, in the AM will be 294 vehicles, and they're using both driveways, right? So you're using the Jamerson and the Canton. And then the PM is 292 vehicles coming in and out. For example, in the AM, of those 294, 73 will go in, and 69 will be going out. So that's an approximate based on standards that we use to approximate the trips.
And is there any way to widen or widen the entry coming in from Canton Road so that they don't have to do such a big U-turn?
We will have to run that by traffic operations and see what that will do, if putting an extra lane in will be beneficial or detrimental to the driveway. But we could consider it.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about putting a whole new lane in then?
We are not recommending that right now, but we can consider it if that's what you want us to look at. But usually we don't put an extra lane in just for the right turn lanes and the left turners. From Canton Road northbound, they will be turning left in, and from Canton Road southbound, they will be turning right into that driveway.
But can you widen the apron that enters in?
We have standards, and as long as it's within the standards of a commercial driveway. And it's already pretty wide, I believe. It's probably at least 24.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for DOT?
Oh, I do have one more question. Being a relatively small shop, if you were to combine the shopping center that's there, plus the proposed gas station with Rite Aid, and Jamerson Road gets backed up, I don't think Canton Road would get backed up at that point, but Jamerson would. What are the chances of cars stacking up onto Jamerson? Do you get involved? Does DOT get involved with that?
We would be, yes, if it got stacking. So typically we would require a right turn lane onto this property, but due to the frontage on Jamerson Road and its proximity to the signal, we went back and forth with the consultant for the applicant and decided that the existing driveway as it is without a right turn lane is the most appropriate, because to put a right turn lane to get those cars out of the way would put the driveway closer to the signal, which is more dangerous. So that driveway is not ideal for our standards, but it is the best case scenario based on what we have.
And I don't know if this comes into DOT or not, probably not, that size of parking spaces, do you get involved with that?
No, that is a community development, and their standards are usually 9 feet wide by 18 feet long. I'm looking at John Peterson.
Okay, is community development here?
John Peterson.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, we do have one more question. Commissioner Anderson?
Hello, yeah. One question was, on the prior proposal, at least on the vehicle generation comments here, there's a kind of an asterisk which says it's based on the maximum maximum number of vehicles that could fuel simultaneously. And I've heard, I think at some point, 5 stations mentioned, 6 stations mentioned. What's this analysis based on?
So the one that I have right now is based on 5 fuel pumps, which is double, so we count it as 10 vehicles being fueled at the same time. But lately I heard that they might limit it to 4 fuel pumps, which will be 8.
Okay.
locations.
So it would just be like a 20% reduction in
Correct,
the
yes.
portion of trips, which on the 2,000, that's, there are 2,500 trips just for the convenience store. So is that fair to say that that number is down, if they went to 4, down to 2,000, so the total number of trips is 2,500?
You're absolutely correct, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So
Yes.
4 is the number that you're going with, which is 8 people stationed fueling at one time. Okay.
That's right.
That was some good head math you just did. Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
Lynn.
Well, the last site plan I had seen, or Parks, can you come back up? Parks, last time you and I talked about it, we talked about having 4 pumps up there, and yet you showed 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So what I was showing you was this is 5 and that's 4. We were asked to reduce it from 5. So I showed the 5 and then
Yeah.
said, we made the reduction to
Yeah.
reduce it to 4. Not only does that reduce the volume of traffic, it also creates better separation from the property owner to the south and frees up some space as the turning movements. And the question that I wish you'd asked about the traffic circulation is that fire department will ensure that fire trucks can enter and exit and traverse this site. So if a fire truck can do the turning movements, I think normal drivers, most drivers, can handle it. That driveway on Canton Road is a commercial, meeting commercial standards. So it is wide enough for commercial standards, it meets DOT standards, and it, most importantly, meets fire standards.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was when you were speaking, it sounded like that you and the opposition were kind of coming together on
Yeah.
that. So is the opposition still in opposition? The opposition, I believe, is representing Vespucci's. I
Right.
think that's the name of the restaurant. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. During the morning break, my client and the owner of Vespucci's was able to talk. They're going to meet, I think the plan is this Friday of this week, so they're going to have further dialogue and hopefully reach accommodations on shared access, parking arrangements, because they are, I mean, what is very important for this board to understand is this Vespucci's site is way underparked. It should not have been granted a business license because it is underparked. They are using the parking on our site because they don't have sufficient parking. So they've asked us to accommodate this need, and we expect to be able to do that. But I do want to be clear that the opposition is on a site that is underparked dramatically. Restaurant uses have a very high ratio, parking ratio, and they do not meet it.
We can't entertain comment from the audience, but if she calls you up, we'll be able to get you coming in.
No, thank you, Parks. Thank you very much. Does anyone here have any discussion about this at all, any question? Well, my concern has been that this smaller NRC that you see toward the bottom is where Vespucci's is. It is small. And the Rite Aid building, Parks is correct, it's a very nice, it's huge. There's nothing wrong with that building, and I'd hate to see it come down. However, there are several parking spaces that are existing that are a little bit too narrow, a little bit too short, a little bit this and a little bit that. And I think we need to leave them the same, but we're going to lose that parking by putting, a lot of that parking by putting the gas stations in. And it was mentioned that, gee, it's nice to, nobody is going to turn left on Canton Road to get gas on the right side. But there are 7 gas stations between there and the Canton Road connector. And that includes a Kroger's, which has quite a bit. There's a racetrack, and there are a couple of smaller ones, and plus these 2. But they are on the right side of the road, so there is no real need for parking. Well, I am very concerned about demolition derby out there. There's something about cars and Canton Road that's just really tough. So I would like to make a motion. We've got enough gas stations, and we've got enough cars on Canton Road. I think that the additional 2,000 vehicles coming in and out, especially during high-density times, is going to be like playing demolition derby, with people having to watch all over the place. Are they coming or are they going? And then having to do that U-turn. It's a shame when they plan that, that they couldn't have moved it closer. But I'd like to make a motion to approve the changing of the current zoning from GC to NRC, and with the stipulations that would not be appropriate for this. I'm looking at this wondering if I'm making the right thing. I would like to not include this typical billiards, pool hall, vapor, to move it to NRC, and then prohibit billiards, pool halls, vape, smoke shops, no auto, no truck repair, no auto sales, no gun shops, pawn title shops, massage parlors, and no fuel sales because of that added density. It's a very small area, really. And no recycling collection. And all Cobb County final analysis recommends to be adhered to, which are not otherwise in conflict with the stated stipulations. Stormwater management does have special conditions which will have to be adhered to. And any landscaping has to be done through the county arborist and the District 3 commissioner. And that is my motion.
Second for purposes of discussion.
We have a second by Commissioner Ballon, and I will call for a discussion. Commissioner Anderson.
Quick question, Commissioner Lindstrom. I think in Canton Road Neighbors recommendation, there was a recommendation for a STIP on modification of site plan or amendment of STIPs to come before BOC as other business. Was that something, I didn't hear that in the STIPs, but I just want to know if that was something that was included.
No, say that again?
There was, I believe, a recommendation from the opposition for modification of site
yes.
plan or amendment of stipulations to come before the BOC as an other business item. Is that
Yes.
something you'd like to add
Yes,
as
I
a
would.
stipulation? Okay.
Commissioner Ballon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My comment would just be, I'm afraid for this applicant that no fuel sales will end up being a deal breaker, and that we'll just end up with a property that's not utilized for a period of time. But I guess the market will bear that out one way or another, and the board can consider that somewhere down the road. But I'll support it with that. I intend to support it with that caveat.
Yeah, thank you.
And the other thing I would require, and I asked for previously, was a speed bump at the property line where basically the drive patterns meet on the shared driveway access. I think that'll stop restaurant patrons and donut shop patrons from getting run over. I just note that a lot of people do tear out of gas stations, and that would stop it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So maybe we could add that stipulation, please.
So with that, and I'm just asking in this moment of discussion, the speed bump would be added, but you're adding that to a stipulation on a motion of no gas station sales. So is the speed bump still needed, or are you saying speed bump for anything there in RC?
Oh, I'd still want the speed bump no matter what. I just think that'd be useful given the shared driveway access there. But I wasn't proposing to, I wasn't making a contrary motion regarding the conditions imposed. I'm just noting that a concern as to the viability.
Got it. Thank you for that. A question for our Mr. Johnson, our attorney. In discussion, are we able to still get questions from opposition or the applicant in discussion, or no?
Sure, at the discretion of the board members, you can call anyone up to inquire.
I'd like to, I'm going to look at my fellow commissioners. I'd like to hear from the property owner, the neighbor. I just have a question for him, if y'all don't mind. Okay, if you can come up. Hey, okay, quick question for you. You stated in your testimony that y'all had some conversations, you and the applicant, and so that is what I'm thinking led from the 5 pumps down to a reduction of 4. And at this time, you guys are, stop me at any time I say something that's not what you think. At this time, y'all are still in opposition, but I heard you say a line that said possible that this opposition could go away. Could you lead me to where you guys are in discussion and how likely it is that you get to a place of not opposing this?
Well, I don't know. You know, that depends on their reaction to some of our concerns. I think as alluded to earlier, probably the top of our list is the parking issue. You know, there is overflow parking at certain times for their businesses. Other concerns we've expressed are the protection of the existing businesses, the smoothie store, and the donut shop. And the other primary concern is, you know, the Vespucci's restaurant has an outdoor patio, and my clients are very concerned about the impact of having fuel pumps so close to that. So, look, you know, we're talking in good faith, but I don't know. In 2 weeks, I may very well stand up here giving a fiery speech against this, but I may also say we're in support of it. I just don't know.
No, that's fair, and I just wanted to get you to tell us that. So,
sure.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you. So we have is there any further discussion?
Parks, would you mind coming up again? I don't know how final your plans have gone. It sounds like there's some still negotiating going on in the background. And if you think you'd like to hold it, me to hold this till next month, I'm okay with that too. If
I certainly would be willing to hold it for 30 days to see if we can have some further dialogue with the adjacent property owner. But if the answer after that, if they come up in support and you still say no fuel cell, then don't table it. Because Mr. Beloin is right. Fuel sales not only is important for us, it's important for the 30,000 cars a day that drive along this road. But it is critical for this project. So we will in earnest, and I hope, I'm more optimistic, I think, than Mr. Jordan, but I'm optimistic we can reach an accommodation with him.
let's, I'd like to change my recommendation to hold it for 30 days.
So
Can I
there's a
do that?
motion on the table, it would need to be withdrawn, and then make
Okay.
a new motion to whatever you,
Okay. I,
and Fred was the second to that motion, so it needs to be withdrawn.
okay, I make a motion to withdraw my motion.
Second?
We have a second on the new motion to withdraw the initial motion from Commissioner Balone. And now, Commissioner Lindstrom, if you want to make a new motion.
Do we have to vote? Should we vote on the withdrawal?
Let's vote on withdrawal. Call the question. It's a vote 5-0 to withdraw the original motion on the table.
Okay. Now, I would like to, I understand where the Canton Road community is coming from. But I do think that we should give them a chance to negotiate this thing. I don't think the fumes from getting gas is going to hit anybody if they haven't already been hit by the traffic on Canton Road. So I'd like to make a motion to hold Z26 for one more month, till July.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Balone. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Vote of 5-0 to hold Z26 for 30 days, and we'll hear that next month. With that, it is 12:10, and we are going to adjourn for lunch, and we will be back in here at 1:15. Thank you. Welcome back to the June 4th Planning Commission zoning hearing, and we are going to jump right back into our cases. And I will turn it over to Mr. Peterson to call our next case.
Thank you. Next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z10 of 2024.
I believe we're going to Z25
Oh,
next.
Z25?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Okay, next case is rezoning case Z25 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC. Request rezoning from OMR to RRC for a purpose-built student housing development in land lots 358 and 363 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Town Park Lane. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z25? Four? Okay, let the record show there's 4 opposed. Mr. Chairman of the Board, would it be the board's desire to also hear the special land use permit at the same time with it?
This is in Zone 3, so I'll turn it to you to, do you want to do that?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay, let me go ahead and call that, please. Okay, together with special land use permit number 6 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC, request a special land use permit for purpose-built student housing in land lots 358 and 363 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Town Park Lane. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLEP 6? 3, 4, okay. Let the record show there's 4 people opposed. All those who would like to address the board for either case, please come forward to be sworn in.
If you could also call for whose support.
Okay. I got to show people here who are in support of rezoning case Z25 and SLUP 6. So we have 4 also. Oh, this one, yeah. Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here in support of Z25 and SLUP 6. All those who would like to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Actually, if y'all,
And what-
whoever might answer questions, come forward.
And while they're getting sworn in, Mr. Peterson, we have a question for you.
I just wanted to let you know that I've received 19 different people send me notes, which I've given to Robin in opposition.
Okay.
If we get a copy of those, we have to receive those. I know, I just meant later. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with Sam's Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicants in regards to this rezoning application before you. I'm going to talk fast. You've given me 10 minutes to present a case that's in a regional activity center that's of extreme importance to a lot of very important institutions in the county. So I hope you give me some latitude on my presentation. I also have the property owner who's going to stand up, and he wants to make a short presentation for about a minute. So I'm going to go rather quickly, and I hope that I convey it in quick fashion. So thank you. This is a piece of property that's on north of Chastain Road, just west of 575. You can see it outlined here. It's zoned OMR, just north of a piece that's zoned RRC and across from a GC office development there. And I've got a presentation if they can tee that one up here. This gives you another understanding of the context of the property. You can see it outlined in pink. It's kind of hard to see all the way on the right-hand side. A couple of key points about this slide. Number one, it is north of Chastain Road. That's important because Kennesaw State University is north of Chastain Road, and keeping things north of Chastain Road makes sense from a traffic standpoint. So that's number one. The other thing that should jump out to you is this is a regional activity center. Regional activity center has importance for the entire county. This is not a little subdivision issue in a neighborhood. This is regional importance, and that should be a part of your consideration. The other thing I want to make very clear is you can see on the blue, you can see KSU, Kennesaw State University, all the way on the left-hand side there. And the other thing I want you to note is the county spent quite a bit of money building the skip span bridge that connects this side of the interstate between, and again, I missed another point I want to make is this is between 2 interstates. So not only are we a regional activity center, we're sandwiched between 75 and 575. Those are all very, very important for your consideration. This is the site plan that my client has been working on. We met with staff, we met with the district commissioner early on, got preliminary thumbs up that this made sense for student housing in this area. My client was told 55 feet maximum height, 70% impervious. The site plan meets that. Those were the 2 conditions we were asked. They spent considerable sums of money working on this plan to come forward before you today. So what we have is Landmark is the applicant. Landmark is a builder of purpose-built student housing projects. They're based in Athens. They build nationally. One of their first projects was actually not very far from this, called The Retreat, which is just a little further west of the subject property. So they're very familiar with the purpose-built student housing market, and their proposal is purpose-built student housing because, as the first slide showed, the proximity to KSU is extremely important in your consideration of this. A couple things I want to point out is we are 55 feet maximum height, which is one of the conditions of purpose-built student housing, not a condition of OMR. It is also has 70% of impervious, which in a regional activity center, 80% is the standard, so we're actually 10% below that, but that is built in the purpose-built student housing code. This is a rendering showing the architecture. This is showing how it's 4 steps down to another level below, basically below grade, below Town Parkway. And again, on the right-hand side is kind of showing how those elevations work in context with the roads. And you can see on the left-hand side, the bottom, that's the leasing offices and such. Wanted to bring out, this is the taller building that is zoned to the south. Regional activities, RRC, also same zoning request that we've got here. This is the approved site plan. Again, it's an additional floor. It's a bigger mass than what we've got here. KSU, very, very important institution. Not only are they a huge employer for in Cobb County, they have wonderful education programs. Their student enrollment of fall of 2023 is 45,000 students. One of the jobs of the county is to figure out how to accommodate the students that are part of this wonderful institution. One of the things you need to understand about KSU is it is an institution that is ascending. It is not descending. It is becoming a higher tier school. It has more athletic programming. Its trajectory is only up. Last several years, 4% increase in student population. This project will not even handle the increase for next year. So the idea that we don't need student housing is an absolutely silly idea. Want to point out that what they do, not only do they have a lot of employment there, but they also provide nursing. Wellstar could not function without the nursing program that KSU produces a lot of great nurses. Teaching, again, our Cobb School Board could not function without the teachers that come out of the wonderful teaching program at KSU. Very important, not just for KSU, but also for all these other large employers and fabric of Cobb County. So where do students live? This is a real question. Where do students live? They do not have enough housing on campus. They do not have plans to create enough housing on campus. The answer cannot be KSU should handle it. That is not an answer. That does not solve a problem. We have a problem, and collectively, the county should be able to solve and work on this problem. So KSU does not and will not produce the housing it needs. They actually have on their website, go to this website, KSU student off-campus student housing. So this is where it takes you. So these are shared housing, shared room rentals throughout the county where students are directed by KSU website. Go live in someone's basement, go live in this shared living arrangement. Perfectly acceptable, but is it the best way to handle the need for student housing? No. What this does, this is the heat map that is on that website showing where these students live. So keep in mind, 45,000 students, they got to go to campus. So these students are driving on these secondary roads and getting to campus. It is basic traffic engineering 101. If you put people close to where they need to be, that reduces traffic for everybody. Every little dot is people trying to drive to campus. They're living in someone's basement, living in a shared room, shared living arrangement, and they're trying to get it. This is what we have for the wonderful institution that is KSU. Want to talk about just briefly, because it's important to mention, it is a regional activity center, and that cannot be emphasized enough. The I've heard like it needs to be less dense and things like that. Density should never be cut in a regional activity center. You should be looking at how to increase density. I want to show you how makes sense. This zone is OMR. It's approved for a 104-foot tall building, 80% impervious. The intensity we have here, 70% impervious, 55 feet height. Intensity is nowhere near what you would expect to see in a regional activity center. This is pictures of product that my client has built, and they build nationally. They have them in Gainesville, they serve KSU. All around, this is the interior of these homes. Trust me, these will look a lot better than the shared living arrangement in someone's basement that was shown before. This is the level of finish. Can I get another 5 minutes? I mean, I've been doing this for 20-something years. We've always had this 10-minute maximum, and it makes no sense when you've got something in a regional activity center.
We got to keep to 10 minutes, but keep going. I don't want to spend time on it.
This is the interior. This is some exterior shots of some of their projects. Again, this is it. Now, the staff has made a recommendation. Your staff, Terry Martin made this recommendation. He sent it to Mr. Peterson. He is an AICP. He is trained in planning. You have engineers here that are trained in traffic engineering. Their analysis is to approve this request. Why? Because it's proximity to campus, and I can go through all the details that they have here, but I obviously don't have time. But they have very specific details, and they are trained to do that. So if you go against your professional staff, these people are paid by Cobb County to do this job, then you are not doing your job by just brushing aside that all their work and diligence in looking at this, and they recommend approval. You should very much consider that. They note the need for housing close to KSU. I'm going to ask the property owner to come up here real quick.
Good afternoon. My name is Amir Levine. I represent the ownership of the property. A secondary benefit I want to talk about transforming office properties and repurposing them to something else like student housing is to help solve the office market crisis that we're having right now in Atlanta. The Atlanta Business Chronicle just this week, front headline was future of suburban office properties. I don't know if you know this, but Town Park, which is the development in which these properties are located, it's a planned community. There's right across the street is Town Park Commons, which is a 4-building office complex. Right down the road is Town Park Ravine. It's comprised of 3 buildings. Those have been taken over by the special servicer. Special servicer basically put in a receiver into the property, which is one step prior to a foreclosure. Nobody these days wants to take over foreclosure. Lenders don't want to take over property, so they put in receivers now So by taking off some office product, it's actually going to benefit the office market, meaning you'll have less vacancy, you'll have less dilapidated parking lots, empty parking lots, and it's really going to help solve that problem. And this same special servicer took over another property called Barrett Lakes, which is just about 8 minutes drive. And so all 10 of those buildings comprise of 1 million square feet of office property right in this vicinity that's going to be taken over by a servicer. So hopefully this will also be a secondary benefit to help the office market and repurpose the office properties.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So Parks, you a minute over, so I'll let you wrap up, and then I'll give the opposition the extra time as well.
Mr. Chair, if it's discretion of the board, the Planning Commission, they can allow more time, especially since these are technically 2 applications being heard at one time. So that's at the discretion of y'all. If y'all want to offer more time, it's just the opposition will get the same amount of time. Yes.
District 3, so you're fine with that? Yes. Yep. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that, and I will try to add to the discussion. Great points about the office market being extremely challenged right now. The data he provided, I hope you heard about how much office in this area is in receivership. If you take some office offline, that's helpful. I just want to go back to the traffic. We had a full traffic study that was done, reviewed by your traffic engineers, and it meets their criteria. And just want to go back to this and really hammer home the point about traffic. If we put students close to close to where they go to school, that's helpful. If we put students close to the jobs that often students have secondary jobs, are going to most likely be around the Barrett Parkway Town Center area. So putting housing close to their jobs and their schooling makes sense. You can traverse from this complex to KSU campus in multiple ways. We will have a shuttle service. They've had a shuttle, their own shuttle service that serves just this community. We'll take our residents to campus, so they will have that opportunity. Obviously, when I was a college student, we would all carpool and get together, go to campus at one time, all carpool. So you have that, and also it is walkable. I know we don't think that, but as kids, that's walkable and bike rideable. And again, the county spent quite a bit of money on Skip Span Bridge to provide access to KSU. It would be malpractice to not put student housing to use that infrastructure that the county paid a lot of money for. It was done intentionally to provide access to KSU, and if you put students here, you will do nothing but improve traffic on Chastain Road because students can go to and from campus without having to get on Chastain Road. All the secondary roads where they're spread throughout in that other slide, that in fact will also lead to more traffic congestion. We have some comments from the Bells Ferry Civic Association. We met with them. We thought that they understood that this is in a regional activity center, should be an appropriate place to put students. But unfortunately, they come down on the other side saying something about crime. There is absolutely no evidence of crime. There is I do want to point out there's a townhome community, and I don't know that I can point it out on this one, but it is basically to the south and to the west a little bit. I think roughly 40 townhomes, and they're opposed to it. But and I understand their position. I mean, they just said, I make $300,000 a year. Literally, I make $300,000 a year. I don't want students living around me. I want people like me living around me, and I respect that. But he bought close to campus. So if you don't want me around students, why would you have a house close to campus? I will point out that townhome community has 0 rental restrictions. I know that because I had the rental restrictions removed because of the proximity to KSU. It was a request of the developer because they recognize the proximity to KSU. It's appropriate as a rental property, so there is no rental restrictions on the zoning for that piece. So I do think that's important to note. I want to wrap up by commenting on these students that need a place to live. And I think we have an obligation to these students who are become our teachers, our nurses, our MBA business leaders. We have an opportunity to put housing in an appropriate location close to campus that is safe and secure, that is being done by Landmark, which is a reputable national builder in the purpose-built student housing market. We have that opportunity to do that now, and I think that it would be short-sighted and not consistent with the county's land use plan, not consistent with the long-term transportation plans for the county. And I want to mention that transportation plans is the county has mass transit, it has buses, it has bus stops. It knows over the next 20 years that's going to grow. How do you access mass transit is by putting density of people in certain areas to be able to use that transit options. So this aligns with the county's land use plan. It aligns with the county's vision for transportation. It is helpful for transportation purposes. Your professional staff who have PEs and AICP have looked at it and recommended approval. And that should weigh very heavily on this board when making a decision. If you do not find, if you are not comfortable making a decision, we'd ask that you table it to add some more time. If there's any more additional information, my client has been working very hard, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get here. And It is a good project. Your staff has made that recommendation, and we ask that you follow your professional staff's opinion and recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the opposition, who has additional time.
Mr. Chairman, I think the total time was 16 minutes total, so that's what the opposition will have.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tulin Avard, and I am with the Bells Ferry Civic Association, and we are here in opposition to Z25. In 2022, Z52 was approved by the BOC. It was a rezoning request to build a 6-story apartment building consisting of 285 units adjacent to this current property, as shown on the map. This project was determined to be too dense and instead was approved for 5 stories with 229 units and a max impervious surface of 70%. The net density is 65 units per acre. Conversely, this application requests an equivalent of 381 apartment units with a net density of 83 units per acre. Furthermore, in negotiations with the Z52 developer, the BFCA and the Town Park Village Townhome community located across the street were adamant that KSU students should not be allowed to rent units. Therefore, several important stipulations were added to the developer's letter of agreement, as shown on the overhead here, numbers 9 and 10, which include prohibiting subleasing or allowing guarantors. To approve this rezoning would contradict the stipulations that the adjacent developer had to incorporate into their stipulations to receive approval from the BOC. In recent years, there's been an increase in the building of purpose-built student housing, known as PBSH, by private developers, as it is a very lucrative business. Students are charged on average $1,000 a month. If approved, this will be the 11th PBSH to be built, and once this is completed, there will be nearly 8,000 available beds. This does not include the recent addition of nearby apartment complexes, such as the recently built AMC apartment complex with 347 units, and the soon-to-be-completed Town Village apartment with 240 units. Soon-to-be-built are the Quintus Apartments with 240 units and the Regal Town Center Complex with 350. In addition, KSU is in the process of building a 500-bed on-campus residential facility, and the City of Kennesaw is in the process of building hundreds of apartment complexes. There is not a need for more off-campus student housing, only for on-campus student housing. One only needs to Google apartments.com or KSU off-campus housing to see hundreds of available units. Parks was just showing you the pictures of the houses. He wasn't showing you the other PBSHs that had availability. A main concern of PBSH is that they are constructed in a pod format with several bedrooms and bathrooms sharing a common area, kitchen and living room. PBSH pod formats are problematic in that they will be difficult to turn into other types of housing should they fail, which has happened in other states. In addition, PBS crime rate is higher than those in the surrounding area. And you can ask Precinct 1, give them a call, and they will confirm this. You can also look on spotcrime.com, and they will show all the crime that's being committed in the PBSH areas. We already do not have enough first responders in this county, and PBSHs take up a disproportionate amount of police resources. Each complex normally adds about 600 residents, which creates additional burden on the area's services and infrastructure. Town Park Drive serves an office complex comprised of 15 office buildings, and they do not need to all become PBSHs. If Z25 is approved, it would set a precedent. By approving this one PBSH, you are opening the door to half dozen of others to be built in this area, including the property immediately north of this property. Additional PBSHs will change the character of the area to a high-intensity, college student residential area, which is not needed nor warranted. This area does not need to be downgraded into another town village. A better solution would be additional townhouses or senior apartment complexes. Therefore, the BFCA requests that you recommend denial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And do we have someone else speaking on opposition? You'll come up.
All right, I'm Robin Grajeda. I'm a member of the board of Town Park Village Townhomes, and I will be addressing a few items. So first, I'd like to mention that this morning, we had 12 people in opposition, residents of Town Park. We'll just briefly show their affirmations here on the screen. We're hoping to get an early read, an early count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Myself, next one. 10. And then our HOA president, I'm the treasurer. She would make 11, but I couldn't snap a photo before she left. So, and we have many more. So we hope to bring more to this venue when we have our meeting with the Board of Commissioners. So firstly, I've lived here since 2016. I purchased the unit brand new. When we purchased this unit, there were no student housing in this particular development. And to date, there is none adjacent to where we live. There is the Blake. I think this developer converted some possible commercial real estate into a purpose-built student housing complex. Currently, homeowners have concerns about traffic. So 2 things that we'd like to address. So first of all, this traffic study that Parks mentioned, this hasn't been revised since 2022. So there's 5,000 daily trips. The traffic study that was used for Z52, that traffic study cited that there was about 5,000, there's 5,000, volume of 5,500 trips each day. With the addition of Z52, which will soon be built, that's an extra 1,000. So on top of that, you'll have an estimated 2,000. So now we're up to 8,000 trips. If you look at the map here, this is currently a 2-lane road. It's very congested. We live on the north side of Chastain Road as well. We cannot imagine the amount of noise pollution, the amount of traffic that will result if this is allowed to be built. This is a very narrow road. This area will be extremely congested having these additional units. Cobb DOT comments that Town Park generates the 5,050. This traffic study doesn't take into consideration Z52. So we're talking about 3,000 additional daily trips on a narrow road, a narrow curved road. When we look at the enrollment of KSU, currently KSU is known as a commuter institution, but its graduation rates are at 19%. This is the 4-year graduation rate. This information is easy to find. A KSU institutional research page has it. You can go to GOML, Georgia on my line. This is below the 38% national average. KSU is a wonderful school, but reality is the graduation rates are at 19%. And this is also it has been a commuter school for most of its existence. It continues to be a commuter school. People buy into this area because they commute to school. So the need for additional housing off campus seems to be an exaggerated claim. This area that we live in has PBSHs everywhere. So it seems dubious that there would need to be, that there would just be this huge demand all of a sudden. The second thing is, as a member of the board, we have rental restrictions put in place. Parks did not do their research. We have had rental restrictions in our covenants. It's a matter of public record. You can do the research. We do not allow carte blanche rentals inside of our property. We have a renters list. People are expected to abide by that. We have hired a firm that does research. They basically track LLCs, who's coming in and out of the property. We are not a rental community. So despite that claim, that may be a claim that was true 8 or 10 years ago, but we're in 2024. So completely false, lack of research conducted by their team. So in addition, We do not agree that a PBSH belongs in this location. It's going to set an unwanted precedent. We worked with a developer to achieve kind of a harmonious balance. Their STIP says in their deed, they have a stipulation that says no guarantors, and this is going to be in effect even when they sell the property. We should not penalize the developer for acting on good faith with our community by allowing this to happen right next door. It would be a slap in the face to the good faith of the developer and also the community. We can have a lot of people in here next time around. Hopefully, our voices are heard and respected. I do make $300,000 a year. It's not nearly as much as the attorney over here, but I will tell you right now that when I bought this property, I was looking at 10 years down the line. I was looking at the growth prospects of my property and future valuations. There are a lot of homeowners that will consider selling their property because this is not what we signed up for. So, you know, I don't have a choice to live, you know, right now in a community that's free from extra noise and traffic and trap houses, because that's what we see. In this area, we see it, there's trap houses all over the place. There's an increase in crime, there's an increase in noise. We really don't want this to happen. The entire community is opposed to it. We're kind of blindsided by this, but we're going to work to oppose it. We don't want to see this entire town park area turn into like a, you know, just a student living area. I mean, this is like training school for a lot of adults. You know, I mean, granted, it's close to the campus, but the existing infrastructure here is already, it's very busy. They're not going to be, you know, the buses, for example. Are there going to be enough buses to transport those extra hundreds of students on this narrow road? How can we guarantee that that's even going to make a difference, right? This is all fanciful thinking. We are trying to protect our investments. We're trying to protect the character of our community. We would like to see townhomes, maybe retirement homes. It just doesn't make macroeconomic sense to have, you know, just all of these students in one concentrated area. The university should provide, and it is going to provide more on-campus housing. We shouldn't be subsidizing this as a community by just letting this happen. We pay our taxes. The university, they receive money. They should do something about the problem, if that is a problem. The homeowners are unanimously opposed to this. I haven't spoken to one homeowner as a board member who supports this idea. We just don't want to be living in a situation where we have increased traffic, foot traffic, by the way. These students are going to be walking through our communities to get to, you know, the little chain restaurants that are there. We'd like to see better retail in this area. We'd like to see this area become more of a balance. Everything is a chain. Everything is a chain. There's no quality retail. It honestly has gone downhill since the pandemic, and we'd like to curb this, and just for the sake that we bought in this area for hopes of a better future. So I speak on behalf of the Town Park HOA. We firmly oppose this. We think it's a terrible idea, and you know, we're not a rental community as was erroneously claimed. We really don't have many renters at all. We prohibit renters, and we try to maintain, you know, a strong community with people who are vested in the community. Not these, you know, 19% graduation rates. A lot of these students are just coming through. This is a transition period in their lives. They're not going to set down roots here, especially not where we live. So we think it's a terrible idea. We'll fight it as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking on opposition? Okay, if not, this is in District 3, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
Well, I have to say, I have met with the developers as well as with Mr. Huff, and I cannot say anything bad about the developers, what they're planning. I would like to live there. I wish my college was like that, rather than sharing bathrooms. But I think that they would be a wonderful addition, but not on this location. The people who are in opposition to it are correct. The intensity of the population is just too much. And if I could have DOT come. I imagine when you get home at night, you're automatically carrying your passcode, your laptop with you, always open.
Yes.
I have a question. I think it was you, it may have been someone else who responded. But I understand there's 575 is planning a large, within the next couple of years, when they get money, a fix to the I-575 and Chastain Road block of area. Is that true?
That's correct. So there's a long-term plan to have an exit off of I-75, and there's a project in the works. However, there's no current project funded for those improvements. So in the future, there is plans to make improvements, but not at the current moment. We don't have that project, so it would probably be within the next 10 years.
10 years. Okay, all right. Thank you. And is your estimate about the same for what we've been hearing?
For the traffic?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So our estimate is 2,200 vehicles a day.
2,200 people?
Yeah, 2,225 vehicles a day from this development.
And when you...
Daily, yes.
When you come up with that, excuse me for interrupting, when you came up with that figure, does that include the Z52 from 2022 that was approved?
No, that is just for this development as it stands by itself. What this produces is 778 bedrooms complex will produce this many trips.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for DOT? Commissioner Anderson?
Just, could you help walk me through, because student housing is always a little bit of a unique beast. There's shuttle traffic, there's a lot of Uber traffic, there's a lot of different things that, are there any kind of how do you think about the numbers versus shuttle traffic? Is that strictly vehicular traffic or personal ownership? Or
Right, so this is, they're single vehicles,
Okay.
we're not comparing which kind of vehicle it is, unless
Okay.
there's trucks.
So those traffic estimates, there aren't adjustments, I guess, for folks taking a shuttle?
Correct, not at this time, no. And the traffic study did not do that. Sometimes the traffic studies will make adjustments based on multi-use like public transit or walking or trails, but not in this case. We did not make those adjustments, so it's just a blank slate.
So this is assuming like everyone basically uses their own personal vehicle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the second question I had was, I think these are currently effectively vacant or largely vacant office buildings. When doing that for the baseline, do you have any sense, maybe pre-COVID, of what the traffic generation would have been for the office use?
Yes, if you give me 1 second. As a matter of fact, in the traffic study, they did make that comparison. The office building was producing 248 vehicles per day, as opposed to 225 for the proposed use. The office building that was currently existing was producing 248 vehicles per day.
And versus
2,225
Okay.
for the proposed use.
And do you know what that number was before COVID? Because I believe the building's been kept empty.
I don't know. That's just an estimate based on the standards, not specific counts.
Okay, all right. Great. All right, great, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for DOT? Thank you, Leah. Appreciate it.
I did have another question. And no, not for DOT. No. Oh, the vans. If I could, Parks, would you mind coming up again, please? How many vans does the company plan on providing? And how many, well, first let me ask you, how many people does each van handle?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
The vans,
Oh, the vans, the shuttle is.
the shuttles.
Is roughly a 25-passenger shuttle bus. They have one that currently operates at the retreat. They will have another one that will operate here, and it will take the residents to campus. But in addition to that, it will also have a schedule where it will take them to shopping and entertainment, eating, and things like that. So it doesn't just go to campus, but it will be programmed based upon the responses from the residents where they want to go, and they will have that shuttle bus available
And
and
where do they
programmed to
park
do that.
them? Where will they park them? I saw on this, one of the site plans that there's only one parking place for a van.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a parking deck. They also have some parking right outside the leasing office.
Okay.
They will have a pickup place that outside the leasing office, so I don't know where it'll stay overnight.
Okay.
But it'll come and go with a drop-off there. Same, Mr. Anderson's comment about Uber, they will facilitate an Uber pickup and drop-off also, so that there's a designated place for Uber to come and go also up front. So that's another alternative transportation method.
Well, in looking at the, I think that's all the questions that I have for you right now, but thank you. Anybody else?
Any questions? The applicant? Yep, Commissioner Anderson.
I was curious about some of the enrollment growth figures that were provided, just in light of the gentleman's comments earlier around enrollment, graduation. Do you know what share of the school right now is kind of commuters? And
Yeah,
maybe
that's, I wish there's tons of data floating around in my head, and
Yeah.
I don't have that data, but one of the things that I thought was very interesting, because I read the report put out by University of Georgia Systems about KSU and its anticipated growth. It is and has been transitioning from a commuter to a more traditional campus. The other thing that I think is very important to understand is they are greatly increasing their athletics. And so that tends to have less commuter. As you have student athletes, they tend to live closer to campus. And in fact, I almost can guarantee you the on-campus housing will probably first priority to student athletes. So there is.
We can't, were you sworn in? I just don't. I didn't get to it. Okay, yep. And if you would state your name for the record.
Yeah, so Aaron Stang with the developer, Landmark Properties. So a couple of questions. I think the question was about whether this is a commuter school or not. We estimate, and this is, an estimate, because these aren't necessarily publicly available information. We estimate about 6,500 or so students as commuters here. And look, we're experts in student housing. We've got about 70,000 residents that are college students in our portfolio. Is this a perfect number? No. I mean, in all honesty, we'd love to have, real hard numbers from the school, but in lieu of that, we feel very confident with that estimate. And then as to the graduation rates, it's just about 50% at 6 years. So while kids maybe not be graduating within the 4-year time frame, that's not necessarily uncommon. Oftentimes they spend a couple extra years getting that degree, and that's clearly the case here at Kennesaw. Back to Parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions of the applicant?
I do not.
Yep. All right, thank you.
I have read over the letter from the opponents. I've been over to the properties and looked at the pros and cons of this. And I have to say, if you could put up the chart that was just up there, it's kind of a bigger view of that street. Yes. At the corner of Town Park Road and George Busby, I believe that is where the retreat is built. Is that right? And
If I can, I don't know if I got a mouse, I can point it.
It's about a tenth of a mile away.
Yeah.
my biggest concern with this is the location. It is not with the firm that is building it. If it had been down in the, what's marked directly north of the PVC, but in the OS, I don't know what's there. But if it had been directly across the street from them, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. But in this case, because there is an apartment Z52 from 2022, I think it was, they went out of their way to make stipulations preventing students from being in there. This is an upscale apartment building, and they did not want to be close to the kids, the students, I should say. They're not kids, they're adults. I cannot justify approving Z25 or recommending approval for Z25. I think that sets a terrible precedent, putting it right next to across the way from townhomes who are very well organized, and they are opposed to this, plus the apartment building that's going to be built. The intensity of the traffic is just too much for that area. Student housing is great. It can go to a lot of places, but I would, based on all of this, I would like to make a motion, a recommendation to deny the SLUP. These are, I have to make two recommendations, don't I? Yeah. All right. I'd like to deny, let's see, Z25, they would like to change from OMR to RRC. I would like to deny that, let it sit as it is. And for SLUP 6, I would like I recommend a motion to deny SLUP 6 because the intensity in this area is too much for this location. It's too much for the community that surrounds it. And that is my motion.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, we'll need two motions, like, she made two motions, but there'll be 2 seconds and 2 distinct votes.
Second and second.
Yes, two seconds from Commissioner Blouin. Let's go into discussion. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hughes?
And I would just ask the commissioner, so the use is a concern. Would you consider less units, or just the use itself is problematic?
A little bit of both. I have had discussions with the builders and with Mr. Parks about whether or not they could lower the population from 778 and to lower the number of floors to 4. And that was before I realized this apartment building was existing next door. And my answer from them initially was to reduce it by 8 people, I think it was down to 770, or it was a very small reduction. And no, they could not reduce it to, the price of the property was too high, and they could not reduce it to 4 floors. So based on that, I stick with my motion.
Sure, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Commissioner Blouin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair. So this area is an amazing area because we have so much going on here, and we have the overlap of jurisdictions as well. You have the city of Kennesaw doing what it wants to do just to the west of here. You have a business district, a viable business district, and the concept is we're going to have a viable business community out here. You have folks like the gentleman who spoke earlier today who made a significant investment in making this his home in this area with the notion that it wasn't going to be just a student area. You do have an expanding university. You do have some purpose-built student housing. My understanding is right over by the Span Bridge, not at this far end of this area between the highways. So, and then we heard today earlier from the applicant that there are other office buildings apparently under control of a servicer at this point. It seems like we're going to have a lot of opportunity to deal with this. It seems like we're going to hear a lot over the next couple of years about what the right mix is, but I very much appreciate the concerns on a couple levels here. It seems like some of the competitors for getting things going here are not going to just be private uses driving it, but also the university itself trying to build more units. As my understanding is, it has expanded student housing on campus greatly. When I first came to this area in the early 1980s, it seemed like it was mostly a commuter school, or almost exclusively a commuter school at the time, and it's made a transition and transformation into more of a having more of an on-campus presence and feel when you go visit there. So I suspect they're going to be doing something there. One of the limitations, and you heard about the crime issue, but one of the problems and limitations with purpose-built student housing is they can't do anything by law to keep people out who aren't students. So it's part of the reason why I have pushed people who are on the Board of Regents and who are in a position to do something about it to build more student housing, because they can do more to control crime and do more to control who's living out there near their school. And what I fear is that if we just allow purpose-built student housing to pop up everywhere within 1.5 miles of the campus, that we're going to be gutting all the other good things in this area, including the kind of neighborhoods we have right now. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of discussion going forward about what happens between the highways here. It may well be that, you know, coming out of 2020, we didn't know if people were going to go back to work at all yet. And now there's a certain volume of work going on at these offices. Some of these offices may need to be transformed into something else, but the question is what, and the question is what's most suitable in light of what's already there. And I think the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the Town Park HOA made a very, very viable point in that regard, and I respect that. I also have made it a point to ask these people, just as we do when somebody's going to build near an airport or near Dobbins, to ask that people build to a higher sound code standard, especially when these are students, especially given the propensities of some students to make a little more noise during the nighttime than the average 70-something-year-old might make, for example. And yet I've never been able to break through to one to have them agree to build to a higher sound code standard. But I think that ought to be required anytime we do allow any purpose-built student housing. But I intend to support the motion for the reasons advanced, and that is I think we're going to have a lot of opportunity to look at this, and hopefully we can do something intelligent to the extent it's required to do anything in this area, that it be kept closer to the bridge where kids can walk over to campus. And what I haven't heard is there's not a viable use for any office in this area. It may well be that less office might be needed going forward. Maybe we can make that assessment at some point, but I haven't heard that yet.
I think, one, thank you for your comments. I think your comments were well intended. I think it's important to note that in the purpose of this discussion, I think suitability is the real question here. Because a lot has been said about Kennesaw State, or what I've heard, a lot has been said about Kennesaw State. I do think that we will be revisiting this probably more and more as that university continues to grow. I think Kennesaw State, again, for purpose of discussion, is a treasured institution for Cobb County, and as they continue to grow, it is definitely not just a commuter school. I think a lot of credit needs to go to President Swag and the team over there in USG for what they've been able to do and build. And as they continue to grow, this will be an issue that we'll have to continue to look at. And what does that mean? And I do think, unfortunately, that the area will be impacted by that. I don't know what that future looks like, but I think that's just the nature of where we're going. Further discussion before I call the question, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that I agree with your sentiment, Chairman Vaught, on just kind of KSU and its evolution on it. And I just want to say this, I probably lean towards holding this more, and the reason being that just this is an obsolete office building. I drove by it, saw it, and I'd struggle to find anyone who would say that there's a robust demand at this time for office. Office is trying to figure out itself. That said, at the density levels that are proposed and contemplated here, I am not sure I probably need more data on what we've even proposed. RRC is a zoning category that is a little bit open-ended in terms of the density, so we rely often on kind of the comparable zoning cases to establish what is appropriate. And it may be that that's not appropriate for this area, that level of density. So I think I'd probably need more data on that and what other RRCs here, as well as frankly around District 2 by the stadium have included. Because we are a little bit open-ended on that as a category. So my leaning would be to, I know that the applicant had said that they're not able to reduce density. I think there are, because it's student housing, ways to change unit mix, reduce number of beds that allow for more, a less dense and intense profile, because I certainly appreciate that that's a big addition to the network that's here. But I also just want to emphasize that even if this is not the case, I do caution that this is an office building, and I feel like while there's a lot of challenges for office that are more structural and cyclical, that probably will merit some reimagining of that particular use for this site going forward.
Thank you for those additional comments and for the introducing the notion of holding it.
I have another comment to make. I've been over to this lot a couple of times, and it is a beautiful, beautiful road. There are tons of trees and hardwoods. And as the gentleman from the townhomes, he was hoping for less fast food, but that building could be reused as restaurants, of fine restaurants, without tearing it down, which would benefit the townhomes and the apartments that are going in. And I don't think that, I like Kennesaw College, and I appreciate they may love this additional, the design of what they're doing, the concept of what they're doing. These kids get to have a swimming pool on top of their roof. I wouldn't mind that. But in this particular spot, on this particular road, it's just too congested. So there's got to be a way that we can compromise with the county and with other business leaders of what can we do with this without immediately approving the first thing that comes down the road. And I think this would open a lot more of these things up.
I think that's fair, and again, comments are well intended. We do have a motion on the table, so if there's no more discussion, we can call the question. And the motion is for denial of, we have two motions on the floor. Let me state this the correct way. The first motion is for Z25 to deny and for them to stay as OMR. And so I will call the question on the first motion. So we can vote on those as two separate. That's a vote of 3-0 and no. It's 3-2, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the screen and counting. 2-3, sorry. I guess if I look at my screen to the left. So the motion has failed by a vote of 3-2. The second motion on the table is a denial of SLUP 6. Again, if there's no discussion, I'll call that question. Again, that motion fails by a vote of 3-2. Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, you look like you.
So now there's nothing on the table, and the planning commission can entertain other motions.
Nothing on the table. We can entertain other motions. Do I hear another motion regarding, and again, they would need to be two different motions, Z25 and for SLUP 6, sorry.
So what are we doing? I thought we just did that. Brian,
So I'll just reassess what happened. There was a motion to deny both the rezoning application and the special land use permit. Both of those motions failed to get the 3 necessary votes. They were 2-3. So now there are no motions before the planning commission, so any planning commissioner can make a motion for any of the postures that they desire that the commission wishes to entertain.
Yep, that was my understanding. I was just looking over at Commissioner Lindstrom to see if there was anything coming out. I mean, these were her motions, and they did fail. However, in lieu of nothing, I'll make a motion. I'll make 2 motions. I move that we hold Z25 for continued discussion between the applicant. I did hear that today that they are at their limit and there's nothing else they can do, but I'd like to hear some more discussion on that between the applicant and those in opposition. And my second motion would be for us to hold SLUP 6 as well.
okay.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Let's open for discussion.
Just one more discussion / request for John Peterson in light of this. I would recommend hold, but I would love if we had any RRC multifamily deals, zonings, if within RACs, if that's something that we as a commission could have, either by our next working session.
And we can pull.
Density per acre, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay,
Density per acre.
density.
Yes,
RRCs
that's what I
in the
meant.
town center rack? Okay.
It could be in town center, or it can be, I would like just any, obviously the other major rack would be by the stadium, but just to have some context.
Okay.
Because
Rack
I'm
densities.
agreeing that the density is too elevated as currently offered, just what
And just,
that.
okay, we'll get that to you. And just to recap, Chairman Vault's motion, we're going to hold it with the applicant to meet with the opposition to discuss what aspects.
Well, I'd like them to meet. It doesn't sound like there's any resolution there, but what my motion was really about really coincides with what Commissioner Anderson is calling out. If we can look at what those density numbers are, and if there's any movement we can make there. So however they get there, that's not for me to decide.
And how long are we holding it? Did we say?
No, 30 days.
30 days, okay, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, we're in discussion right now, please.
Okay. I want everyone to know that I also looked at other things that weren't touched upon. One is the impact that this will have on the Chastain Lakes. Right now, because of impacts that the lakes have from other communities feeding into them, it's costing them, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a little over $2 million for that HOA to dredge their lakes. And this project would feed into that, would feed into a water system, which feeds into the lake, which feeds into Chastain Lakes. And I think that type of impact is huge, and that we should be more cognizant of the impacts we're having on surrounding communities and their lakes. because those HOAs are the ones who are paying for it. And I think that's something that we have. And, you know, there's no reason why, unless there are no properties for sale, but there's no reason like something like this couldn't go over by Georgia, what used to be Southern Tech. It's now their engineering, Kennesaw College's engineering arm over on South Cobb Drive. There's a lot of places that they could go to, and also near other ones. There's, I can't think of the name of the thing. Hold on, I've got it. Big Shanty Road. That's a perfect place. There are other, that's connecting, it crosses over Busby Parkway. There are other students over there. That's a great place to put them. And then you wouldn't have that, you know, limitation of how high they could go. I just don't think this road, this end of the road, is a very good spot for it. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. That's fair. Any other discussion on the motions, on the two motions that are on the table? If not, let's call the question. So the first, the motion to hold Z25. I'll call the question. So vote of 5-0 to hold Z25 for 30 days. The next motion on the table is to hold SLUP 6 again for 30 days. I'll call the question. Vote of 5-0 to hold SLUP 6. All right, thank you. Call the next case, Mr. Peters.
Okay, and Mr. Huff has one more case, which is Z15. Would it be the board's wish to pull this case forward also?
I don't think that one's mine. Oh, no, that's not mine.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead.
All right, let me go ahead and call it. Rezoning case Z15 of 2024, Dillon Investments LLC. Request rezoning from LRO and R80 to LRO and R80 for a professional office and a single-family residence in land lot 428 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Macklin Road and on the west side of Villa Rica Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? Yes. Okay, we have one person opposed.
Different lawyer showed up. Didn't know that there was opposition here. For the record, my name is, and I appreciate you taking me out of order. I've got 3 cases in Cherokee County that I got a work session at 3. I'm supposed to be there. So I appreciate y'all taking me out of order. This is a property, and I think y'all heard this presentation. I can't remember if you were on the Planning Commission then, but I'll briefly go through the presentation. I don't want to go through all of it that unnecessarily, but this is a piece of property that was owned LRO and R80 several years ago. The house was rehabbed and made into a commercial business. It was the Dillon Agency. When the zoning was approved, the prior district commissioner put some real onerous restrictions on it that said it could only, the only use was the Dillon Insurance Agency. They would like to sell and or lease the building to other professional offices other than an insurance agency. I don't think anyone has any questions that that is appropriate. It's maintaining the existing house. And then the other point to make is the fact that this is at the signalized intersection of Villa Rica Road and Macklin Road, leading into quite a bit of commercial activity as you go further west, but this is a major traffic corridor, so this LRO kind of acts as a buffer going down Villa Rica Road. And included in that was this R80 piece, but the zoning that was done several years ago kind of was vague as to what the use was. What we're asking is that R80 be an R80 lot with a house being built on it. We worked with Mr. Davidson on the sewer questions because there is no sewer immediately available. And we've got confirmation from the Board of Health that there is a septic system on the LRO property that serves the LRO property, that we would be able to do a septic system on our 80 piece, assuming it perks and all those things. It has to meet all the Board of Health requirements. But if it does, there's no reason why this should not be a buildable lot. Again, this is acting as a buffer, as a step-down zoning from the intensity that you have on the highway and going back to the residential. So you're preserving the home, the LRO piece of property, the LRO house. We need it opened up to be able to have any professional office use in there, and then the R80 be one house, one R80 house. So that's what we're asked. Your professional staff looked at this and recommended approval as we presented it. We ask that you follow your professional staff's recommendation for approval. And I have not taken up nearly all my time. Since I took up more last time, I'll give you a little back.
Thank you so much. And then we'll hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Dodson. I represent Elizabeth Kinney with respect to the application filed on behalf of Dillon Investments. I apologize that I'm not wearing a tie. I was supposed to be on a golf course today playing about 36 holes of golf, but instead I find myself in your presence today. So thank you for your time. I will be brief. Like I said, we are opposing this rezoning, and there are several reasons for that, but the first of which, the zoning proposal is compatible. I'm not going to argue about that. However, if this is permitted, the parcel that will be created will be a non-conforming lot, which, and it will also be the smallest lot in this corridor on Villa Rica. Secondly, as Parks just stated, the R80 portion that was overlaying this parcel was put there because this board, or this commission and the Board of Commissioners, realized that there needed to be a buffer for this LRO, for this owner to have a business on that property. And what will occur now, while it will still be R80, it will be a non-conforming lot. However, when the initial proposal was brought before the commission and the Board of Commissioners, staff found in 2015 that there were many issues with the rezoning request at that time. One of which is the staff opined that the applicant's zoning proposal would not permit a use that was suitable in view of the use and development of the adjacent and nearby properties. Abutting properties to the north and east and north side of McLean Road are zoned and developed as larger single-family tracts. The properties to the east and south are zoned R80 and R20. They're going to have a smaller lot. I think it's 77,000 square feet is what the proposed lot size is. You know that it's supposed to be 80,000. The staff in 2015 also found that the rezoning at that time, if granted, would have an adverse effect on the usability of the adjacent or nearby property. The adjoining properties are zoned and only developed for permitted residential uses, residential zoning districts. Third, the staff opined that the rezoning proposal at that time in 2015 would result in a use that would cause an excessive or burdensome use of existing streets, transportation facilities, utilities, etc. Now, I also want to close with this. Mr. Huff was here several years ago before this Planning Commission and was before the Board of Commissioners. And I will quote from a letter that he sent to the county. The 2.85 acres, and I remind you that this is the same applicant that was here 8 years ago, who requested that there be this condition that it only be used for an insurance office. Mr. Huff, 2.5 acres, which shall be utilized solely for an insurance office situated within an existing one-story residential style structure. That was what he requested. That's what his client requested. Now he's here asking, well, I don't want that anymore. Now I want to sublease the existing office house to some other office use, and then to subdivide the property into a non-conforming lot. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is in District 1, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Ballon to lead the discussion.
Mr. Dodson, if you could stay up here just a second. Yes. All right, so what I recall from last time around when your partner was here, and I'm very sorry you missed golf today and had to hang with us. That's a rough turn of events, I understand. The non-conforming aspect that was mentioned,
yes,
pertains to 80,000 square feet, correct?
Yes.
And pertains to the drawing of the lot lines relative to the roads, is that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
It also, I believe, the side lot lines, the requirement of section 11059 states that side lot lines should be at right angles 90 degrees to straight lines or radial to curved street lines, and side lot lines shall be radial to the radius points of all cul-de-sacs. Each lot shall front upon the dedicated public street having a right-of-way of not less than 50 feet. And I believe that is what is causing possibly this lot to not conform with the 80,000 square feet.
Okay. Any particular reason why I understand the history, but any particular reason why your property owner would be harmed if there was one house on 80,000 square feet next door?
Well, one house on a non-conforming lot may not seem like a lot, but the whole purpose for confining, restricting the use of the property to the LRO was so that there's a buffer. And also, even the 2.8 acres is one of the smallest lots on this whole corridor. And we believe it would push down property values.
Yeah. Thank you. If anyone else has questions of the opposition.
Anybody has questions? Nope.
Okay, thank you. If I could get the applicant back up then. You see, you get to make more arguments today, so you're having a great day compared to missing out on golf. You just didn't realize that, right? So any particular reason why? Let's start with this first. Are all the septic fields and such and tanks supporting the building that is where the LRO is noted on this map? Are they near to the house, as one might expect?
It sits basically where that L is, just a little bit north of that. Basically there's where the septic system is.
Are you willing to redraw these lines to a degree to come closer to like a 90-degree angle for a period of at least 50 feet to Villa Rica Road and get this thing up to 80,000 square feet, the residential lot?
Yeah, we can do that.
Can you have that plan for the?
BOC, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for the applicant.
Other questions for the applicant? No.
Sir?
Can I just clarify something here? Because I'm looking at the survey they submitted, and the survey says they have 80,000 square feet, so the lot's conforming as far as lot size goes.
That's fine.
So I'm not sure.
But they'll just have to redraw it anyway. They'll redraw the line just a bit, is apparently what was requested, and they're willing to do that.
All right.
So that's what I'll ask.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And then, but while I have you, what other conditions do I need in my motion for approval?
Let's see here. Well, the staff has 8 conditions listed in the zoning analysis. Number 1, the district commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number 2, LRO portion of the site to be for professional office use only. Number 3, adherence to Macklin Road design guidelines. Number 4, 20-foot landscape buffer as required on the LRO portion adjacent to the portion of the property proposed to be zoned residentially, so they need to install that 20-foot buffer. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 6, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 7, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 8, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. So my motion will be for approval, subject to the 8 conditions just specifically stated by Mr. Peterson, and subject to the additional condition that the applicant come up with a new plan and draw his line to be slightly more perpendicular to the roadway to the east, which is Villa Rica.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Let's call the question. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break here and resume at 2:46. All right, welcome back, and we will jump right back into our next case. I'll turn to Mr. Peterson to call that for us.
Okay, and we're going to take LUP 14 out of order, correct? Yes. Okay. Next case we're going to hear is LUP 14 of 2024. Flora Esmeralda Gonzalez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 55 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Hickory Cove, west of Hickory Chase. Is the applicant present? The director of the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 14? No? Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
My name is Lauren Otero, and I'm going to be translating for Flora. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Flora Esmeralda González
Good afternoon. My name is Flora Esmeralda González,
y estoy aquí porque solicité obtener más parqueo para mis vehículos.
and I'm here because I want to obtain a little bit more space for my vehicles.
Somos una familia de 4 y como tenemos cada uno nuestro vehículo, aparte tenemos los vehículos para usarlos para nuestro trabajo.
We are a family of 4. We have our personal vehicles, we have 4 vehicles, and we have also 4 vehicles for work. That's it. Any questions?
I'm sure there'll be some questions, but hold on one second. And there was no one in opposition, so this is in District 1, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Blown to lead the discussion.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start with this. Are there any teenage children living in the house at this time?
117.
Okay, so that person drives?
Esa persona maneja?
Sí.
Correct.
That person goes to school as well?
Esa persona va a la escuela?
Sí.
Yes.
Does that person need a separate work vehicle at the house?
Necesita un vehículo aparte?
¿Para él? Sí.
Yes.
Why if still in school?
Porque como trabaja también y usa una vez.
He also works and uses a van for work.
Is there any ability to store any of these work vehicles anywhere else? Or to drive a car to an office building?
No, en el momento.
Not at this moment.
Okay. Do you know if the 17-year-old has plans to go to college or to stay in the home permanently? Can you help me with that?
¿Sabe si este joven tiene planes para ir a la universidad o para hacer otra cosa?
Sí tiene planes para el colegio.
He's planning to go to college.
Okay, does he plan to live at home when he goes to college, or does he plan to go away?
¿Planea irse lejos o quedarse en casa?
Quedarse en casa.
He's going to stay at home.
All right. Can you tell me what kind of work the folks do that are using the other vehicles? So I guess you're one of those people.
¿Me puedes decir qué clase de trabajo están haciendo ellos en esos vehículos?
Construcción.
Construction?
So she also works construction?
¿Tú también trabajas en
Sí.
construcción? Yes.
Turn it over to my fellow commissioners, members for further questioning.
Any additional questions? I have one, but I'll definitely want to make space for everyone. I have a question. So where currently, we're looking at a picture of the property now, where currently do the 8 vehicles park? I'm just trying to figure out the 8 vehicles and where they are.
Los 8 vehículos en este momento.
Es que no tenemos los 8 completos, por eso quiero solicitar más, porque planeamos comprar.
We don't have at this moment the 8 vehicles that we are planning.
Tenemos 6.
We have 6 at this moment, but we are planning to buy 2 more.
And how big are these vans? Are these typical, like a 8-passenger type van, or I'm trying to get the size now, because that's a lot of vantage.
Los otros vehículos de trabajo que tienen todos son vans. ¿Cuánto más o menos miden? ¿Qué clase de vans son? ¿Qué clase de vehículo de trabajo son?
Son GNC, Savannah,
GNC Savannah, to give you an idea, that kind of van.
3 passenger.
Tres.
Porque trae herramienta.
It's 3 passenger, and on the back, the only that we put out tools.
And what are the personal vehicles, the 4 personal vehicles? Are they cars or vans as well? Like trying to get a,
¿Los vehículos personales que tienen son también vans o son, cómo son?
Troca y Toyota Corolla.
Sequoia, Toyota 4Runner, that's what they have as personal vehicles.
all pretty big vehicles.
No, 2 Tacomas.
2 Toyota Tacoma, 1 4Runner, 1 Sequoia.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions, Commissioners? No,
Just a couple more.
back to you.
So is there any reason why some of these vans and such can't be used for personal automobile use and transportation?
¿Alguna razón personal por la que alguno de estos vehículos tenga que ser usado, no pueda ser usado para personal?
No solo para llevar la herramienta, por la clase de trabajo que hacen.
Because of the kind of work that we do, we want to keep the vans that are for work, just for work.
What kind of construction work do the folks do who go there?
They
Before you answer, can you make sure you're speaking into the mic? I'm hearing that folks can't hear you. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, I have also a soft voice. She was telling me that they do sheetrock, drywall, and painting.
Okay. Very good. All right, you can have a seat, I think. Okay, and I have some questions for the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So according to my notes, there's an impervious problem here as well, or a percentage impervious problem? Or are we, do I misread that?
Let me see here. Is that in the stormwater notes?
It was under the case details from County Code Enforcement.
Yes, it looks like their existing impervious coverage is approximately 41.7%, and the maximum for their zoning category is 40%. So they're barely over the maximum.
So they'd have to apply for a variance for that, to go over that?
They have to apply for variance or reduce the impervious surface by 1.7%.
Can you see an easy way for them to reduce the impervious surface?
Yeah, they have a pretty large driveway, Commissioner Bloin, so I think they could probably saw cut some of that off to get down below 40%.
Okay, and we can make that a condition of the, grant of the LUP?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If anyone has any comments or recommendations, otherwise I'll make a motion.
No recommendation. I was just trying to, it does look like a big driveway, but I also heard a lot of big vehicles in those descriptions, and just trying to make sure that if we're going to park 8 big vehicles, that seems like a stretch for me, just given what the sizes are. But but I understand right now they have the 6 in possession, and we may need to think about I get the desire for the 2, but we may need to think about that.
Do it to what, limit it to maybe 7? Okay. All right. Anything else?
Others?
Is there a fence that, I just wanted to clarify, and if any of my commissioners can answer this, it's not clear to me if there's a fence on that western boundary.
I don't see one.
West.
Doesn't look like.
Oh, okay, there is no fence on either side. Okay, just on the back.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. How many people live in the house?
4.
4.
Quattro.
And so 2 cars per person. And this is in an RA4.
Yeah. And there's a garage there. Uh-huh.
Is the garage being used as a garage?
It looks like it according to that picture.
Oh, I see this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what kind. I understand now. Okay.
So my motion would be for approval of that we recommend approval of LUP 14 for up to 7 vehicles for the 24-month period, subject to the requirement that they saw cut off a portion of the driveway to take this down to total impervious of 40% or less. And they'll have to either come back through the process again or figure out how to store some vehicles off-site within 2 years.
Do I have a second? No.
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We had a vote of 5-0 to approve, to recommend approval of LUP 14 for up to 7 vehicles. Thank you.
And one more thing for the applicant. Just make sure you come back here in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. So come back to this room in 2 weeks, okay? All right, thank you. All right, I guess going back to Z10 now. Okay, rezoning case Z10 of 2024. Paul A. Edgewa requests a rezoning from GC and R15 to NRC for a retail center in land lot 1140 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road and on the south side of Warren Drive. Is the applicant present? And the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? 2. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I am Paul Ejua. We were here in May and it was postponed for June. Initially in April, pushed for May, and then last May it was postponed for June 4th. I have revisited the site plan, adjusted everything per Cobb County recommendation, and I am not aware that I have a current opposition because I was told, or I received a letter that they are no longer opposing the plan. To my understanding, there was no more opposition because I've done everything I could do. I've worked with DOT, I've worked with the county, I've taken all the variances out, I have downsized the property, I've done everything. So it feels like I have to hear more from the opposition, because I got a formal letter stating that they were not opposing anymore.
Anything else you want to tell us about the property? Or we can hear from the opposition?
Thank you.
Okay, have a seat, and we'll hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. Mr. Edgewa is correct. We have changed our position from that of recommending denial to recommending approval. But it's my understanding that I need to speak in this part of the hearing in order to suggest conditions. So thus, my raising my hand in opposition. We appreciate very much that Mr. Edgewa has has amended his plan. We think it is a far better plan than the one that first came before this body a couple of months ago. The conditions that we recommend are that the final building architecture be approved by the district commissioner, the final landscaping plan to be approved by the district commissioner, and that plan include evergreen plantings along the western property line where the fence has already been installed, but adjacent to the home, which is very close to the other side of that fence. That there be no outside storage or display of merchandise due to the limited setback from Austell Road, and that the following uses be prohibited. I spoke with Mr. Edgewa after the first hearing here, and it's my understanding that these uses are not anything that he intends. Liquor stores, adult entertainment, sales of sexually explicit or drug-related paraphernalia, pawn shops, title pawn shops, gold or precious metal dealers, nightclubs, check cashing, discount sales, furniture and/or appliance rental or rent-to-own, anything with drive-through windows and outdoor speakers. This parcel is far too small to support car-centric traffic. And then auto sales, auto parts, auto service, used tire sales, taxi dispatching, firewood sales, which may seem a little out of place, but they can be popular, and thrift stores, secondhand stores, and flea markets, of which we already have an abundance. We appreciate the opportunity to have presented this information to you. We hope that this application will be approved with these conditions or something similar, and we wish Mr. Edgewa all the best in developing this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, this is in District 4, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. If I could just have the applicant come back up real quick. I think, first of all, I want to commend you for working closely with the community on revising your plan to get it to this point. I think this is the fourth site plan we've seen, and I think it's much better than the original plan, and I think it's something, obviously, that the community can support, and obviously, that's why they've provided a letter of support for this project or this rezoning request, along with some stipulations. I also want to thank you for your patience today, and also the community for your patience today. We had to move some things around to get to this point. I'm supportive of the project too, and I didn't know if you wanted to take a minute just to kind of explain some of the changes to the site plan since we were here, or do you have the site plan with you can pull up, or no? If not, it's not, we can.
The changes were to reduce the size of the building.
Okay.
And I changed the parking, and I want to thank Ms. Florin from DOT.
Mm-hmm.
She really assisted me with the DOT issues.
Okay.
So we have 28 parking spots instead of 27.
Okay.
And I think it's going to just be it's a nice project for the area where we are.
Okay. All right. My fellow commissioners have any other questions of the applicant? Okay. All right.
You can have a seat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think at this time I'm ready to make a motion to approve Z10. Z10, subject to the following stipulations. One, the approval is subject to the final site plan that's dated May 24th. Two, there is still one variance that I believe is required for this, and that relates to the reduced major size setback from 35 feet to 15 feet. Correct. Okay. And then the landscape buffer, let's back up. And that a final landscaping plan be approved by the district commissioner, and that the landscape plan include an 8-foot privacy fence and evergreen plantings adjacent to the residentially zoned property to the west. That there be no outdoor storage or display of merchandise. And that fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, as well as adherence to Austell Road design guidelines. And let me back up. So one other thing I'll mention too, the exterior of the structure shall consist of glazing, stucco, masonry, stacked rock, or some combination thereof, and the district commissioner shall approve the final architectural elevation. And then I'm also asking that the applicant provide a lighting plan because the property is so close to the residential uses to the west as well. And that would be my motion. Yes, go on consent.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? If not, let's call the question. Vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of Z10 as well as add it to the consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z11 of 2024, Salt Springs LLC, request for rezoning from NS to LI for an office and warehouse in land lot 35 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Old Floyd Road and on the north side of Center Street. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z11? 2. Mr. Chairman, Board, the applicant is not present. There are 2 people here in opposition to this case.
This is in Zone 4, so Commissioner Hughes, how do you want to proceed?
I'd like to go ahead and conduct the hearing. We can hear from the opposition, and then I'll be prepared to make a recommendation.
Perfect. Can we, do we need to swear in again, or are we good? Okay, go for it.
It feels funny not to stop there.
You're under oath, Ms. Meyer.
Okay.
For the record.
Duly noted. I have, my name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the zoning committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. I came here today with exactly the same PowerPoint presentation that I came with last month because we've had no communication from the applicant since that time. I won't do anything fancy here. I'll just kind of skip through the pages to remind you of what is so concerning about this. This is very close to the Mableton Square, where the city of Mableton celebrated our first birthday just this past weekend. It's close to Mableton Elementary School. It is close to the first new residential construction in this part of Mableton in decades. The property, I understand from the applicant that they've spent a great deal of money on the inside of the building, but from the outside, we have seen very little. There have been no answers to the question of stormwater runoff, no offer to reduce no offer that we know of to reduce the impervious surface to help manage that. Just to be clear, this is not something that would go through site plan review, so those usual kinds of engineering stormwater issues are not on anybody's agenda to address except through the zoning process. This is what we see of this property now. This is their front door. This is the side of the building that is probably the best looking, but a rusted chain link fence along a major street is not a particularly good look. This is from the side street. There is certainly room to add landscaping, streetscaping, but we've seen no plan for that. These are the issues that we have consistently maintained need to be addressed with this property. From what we can discern, the applicant bought the property with neighborhood shopping zoning on it and with plans to operate a business, which obviously is not neighborhood shopping. We really welcome the arrival of consumer-facing businesses like this to our community. This is not necessarily what we would have imagined might be in this location, but it could certainly work if the property owner were willing to make this a more appealing and attractive piece of property that might be the beginning of some revitalization along Old Floyd Road, rather than a continuation of what clearly has not worked in the past. So at this point, all we can do is recommend to you that you recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Hughes, I'll let you lead discussion or make your motion.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I had a chance to visit the site actually on yesterday, took some pictures. I sent them to CP earlier this morning, but I'm not going to, well, thank you, appreciate that. Took some pictures as well of not only the subject property, but also the Mableton Elementary, and then also the new residential development that Mrs. Meyer just spoke of. And from my perspective, I think those two developments, while we're talking about institutional use or elementary school, and then also private, to reflect an architectural and aesthetic quality that I think this community is striving for, which is why we have the Mableton Town Center designation to begin with. This property owner, this applicant, at this point doesn't seem to be willing to consider some of those architectural, aesthetic requirements or standards at this point. I think at this point in time, I plan to offer a motion to recommend denial at this point. I think in talking to staff, the underlying zoning will still remain the same of NS, and there's still valid types of businesses that could be run there under that zoning designation. So under that basis, I'm recommending denial of this application.
Second for purposes of discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Ballon, and we will go into discussion.
My only question was, whether the District 4 Commissioner, did you give consideration to following the staff's previous recommendations of allowing this use, but subject to numerous conditions, which would?
I do, and actually I have a laundry list of conditions, but the fact that the applicant's not here is not a good sign. So that's why I've decided to move forward with denial instead.
Other points for discussion? If not, let's call the question. We have a vote of 5-0 to recommend denial of Z11. Thank you.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z18 of 2024, SUG Real Estate LLC. Request rezoning from GC to LI for a contractor, which is a specialized contractor, and then lot 733 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Kent Road, north of Dorsey Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? One, okay. The record shows there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
We'll consent to her not being sworn in again. We know that she'll tell the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. For the record, I'm Adam Rosen with Rosen, and Riley. I represent the applicant, SUG Real Estate, in this rezoning application. A long day and a lot of work for Canton Road and Ms. Brown and Commissioner Lindstrom. Happy to be here finally on behalf of SUG Real Estate and the applicant operations, which is Stand Up Guys, which is why you see the Stand Up Guys up there on the screen. One of the owners of this location in the company, Carson Gibson, is here with us today. He is a Cobb County native, went to a rival high school of mine, Pope High School, but then righted himself and went to Alabama. Was there about the same time as me, but we didn't know each other until we got the chance to do this and work together in this application. Like you hear so often on Canton Road and a lot of Cobb County, this property was purchased by Stand Up Guys. It is zoned general commercial with the anticipation that this could be a new location for their operations. They were located in the city of Marietta, went through the process to zone the property there. So they were aware of the zoning and thought they got it right this time, but general commercial has tricked yet another property owner, and I'm not going to get on to you about general commercial like Parks did, but just so you know at least a little bit of the background of how we got to this point. Relying on that and moving forward to do right by this property, we'll show you some of the pictures of the ways that they've improved the property to the condition that it is now, which is very much an advancement from where it was before. So this is an area you maybe don't think of until we show it to you, but you drive by it all the time, right at the intersection of the Canton Road connector and Canton Road. It is about a half an acre, this parcel itself. It is within the beginning here of the Canton Road Neighborhood Activity Center. The blue line behind us is that same that we've looked at earlier today, the same running along Canton Road, CSX rail line, and then a mixture of uses around us that we'll get a little closer to. So this is our property here on the right-hand side within that general commercial triangle east of us across the railroad tracks. So this property backs up to the CSX rail line and its right-of-way across the railroad tracks to the east. That zoning heavy industrial, that's off of Dorsey Road, not Canton Road, an industrial park there, and then a mixture around us. So neighborhood retail commercial across the street, a mixture of general commercial, and then some more recent rezonings further up Canton Road, neighborhood retail commercial along this corridor, and then some light industrial back to the south. So this is where the property sits. We have talked at different times about whether there's a negative impact to residential properties by our application. So I took the liberty to do a quick measurement somewhere in the 400-foot range from us to residential and on the other side of the industrial park and the railroad that's behind us. So that's something that we looked at in this process and in our discussions. This is the way that the property looked from an aerial prior to it being purchased and cleaned up by your applicant. This is probably how it got left when the prior owner or tenant was there. It was a landscape company, and left the building looking about like this. And that's what we all saw for a number of years when the landscape company was there. Now looks very different. At golden hour or so yesterday, I was able to take some of these pictures to show you what the building looks like and what they've done to kind of just do some basic refacing of it on the outside and taking a lot more pride in the property than has happened in the past. This is on the other side of the building here. This is an existing structure. The garage is an existing structure. We're not modifying the structure in its footprint other than the improvements to it to clean it up and make it a nice office location, much more than it was before. Part of the reason why you have setback variances because the building is in its current location, to stay in its current location, and is in what would be the building setbacks, probably because of the time that it was constructed, and then setbacks imposed later. For whatever reason, that is why we're asking for those setback variances so that we can remain in conformity, but the building to remain in its current location. This is on the furthest north portion of the parking lot looking back towards the building. This is, again, last night at a time when all the vehicles were back for the end of the day and parked for the overnight, and I think is a good perspective of what you can expect to potentially see here on the property. Less than overall 10 trucks. They're containers that are taken to homes to pick up furniture from a home. Whatever it's doing is brought back here, and it sits like this until the next morning. The screen fencing is there. We've put in our stipulation letter that we would maintain screen fencing along the frontage so that the operations behind the fencing are screened. And then a couple of pictures of perspectives of neighboring properties. If you're looking at our property from Canton Road to the right, this is what for many years has been some form of trucks or auto supplies and Lear type camper tops for trucks. And that gives you a little perspective of what is to the east of us, and I'll come back to that. This is looking back west or north up Canton Road to the HVAC contractor property that's adjacent to us. So that's our property. That's where we are located, and that gives you a little bit of an idea about the scope of the operations. We've asked initially for light industrial. We've recommended in our stipulation letter of May 28th that we be allowed to be deleted to neighborhood retail commercial with, this time, for the special exception for special contractor. We have, that does not include the original request for the land use permit. And a couple of things about that. One thing that we determined in going through this process is that we don't believe that we are a waste transfer station, and we have made operational changes of the business to make sure that we aren't a waste transfer station, and that's why I want to talk about the definition of the waste transfer station or transfer station that gets thrown around a lot in these applications. So the land use permit request is gone. It's just a request to delete to NRC with a special exception for special contractor, and that would allow these operations for this current owner. As we've seen from around the property, there's no residential concerns. There's a railroad and an industrial park. We've heard a lot about, or some about, a restaurant across the street from us. I don't know if I left a picture in here of that perspective. There it is, into the sunset here. Across the street is a restaurant that we've talked about wanting to make sure isn't negatively impacted by these operations. I think some have said that it would. I don't believe that it will. Across the connector here and the intersection here, that's the view looking north and across the street on Canton Road. Transfer station. So this is what the definition of transfer station says in your ordinance. A facility used to transfer solid waste from one transportation vehicle to another. This came up because there are times when businesses like these, and it comes up with landscape companies, tree companies, if you bring anything back to the property, you're said to be a transfer station. And I actually finally looked, and it says transfer from one vehicle to another for transportation to a disposal facility or processing operation. The ideal operation is they go to their 3 different slotted time frames throughout the day. They get whatever they're getting from that household, and that's what their business is, household junk removal, furniture, whatever it is. Not trash, not taking their waste, their trash from their house, but furniture for a move or something like that. The ideal situation is they go to the dump by the end of the day, they come back, and this is what the property looks like at night. The concern came up that actual containers that are what you see on the back of these trucks came back to the property and had stuff in them from removal because they couldn't get to the dump by 5. We hear that over and over from all these businesses because the dump closes at 5, they stop accepting people at 4:30, and there's just not a good way to deal with that countywide. So they end up bringing something back here. And I would suggest to you that even if they bring something back here in their container because they can't make it to the dump, they're not a transfer station because they're not transporting it from one vehicle to another for the purpose of then disposing it at another facility. Some of our neighbors bring back HVAC equipment and other remains from their jobs, put it on the ground, have someone come pick it up and take it to a disposal facility. That sounds a lot more like a transfer station. That's not what this is. We're not asking to be a transfer station or to have a land use permit for one because we don't think we need that. But I don't want to be confusing the issues of whether that's us, and so don't allow this because of that reason. We've also made operational changes so that our schedule is earlier so they don't run into the 5 p.m. issue with the dump being closed. Sidewalks. This is the frontage along Canton Road. Again, I say to you from being out there yesterday and many times before, it's more sloped than what it looks like in this picture. I don't know how a sidewalk will be constructed or why it's needed looking further south all the way down Canton Road for a very significant distance. There's no other sidewalk. Walking in this area right at the intersection of the Canton Road connector and Canton Road seems to be a concern. And then looking back further north, I know that this is something that Ms. Brown is going to ask for and said that it's only one parcel north when we get back to sidewalk. I'm not sure if that's the case, but it's certainly a ways up the road. And I also don't know, based on the topography, that it's feasible without building a wall. We've also been requested to do landscaping along the frontage, landscaping and a sidewalk. I don't know how that will work or if it's possible, so we've asked that we not have to have sidewalk installed, which is different than DOT's recommendation. I know I'm out of time. I think that's most everything that we wanted to address. Our May 28th stipulation letter is what we would ask to be approved. It has prohibited uses. The only thing that I need to include in there that was in staff's analysis is the reduction of the special contractor 35-foot buffer in the rear, because as you saw from the property, there is no room for that, and it's a railroad with its right-of-way behind us. So there's really no need for a buffer there, and it's the existing conditions that we want to remain. We've asked for parking on gravel in the back only. behind the fence. The front is paved, and we've agreed to stripe it. Again, what's behind us and the concerns that gravel may bring, sometimes this is, I think, one of those sites that should be accommodated. We're already probably at 70% max impervious surface, so we're starting to create other problems by requiring those things of this smaller property and to someone that's done good by this property to this point. So we ask for your recommendation of approval with our stipulation letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
For exceeding our time.
Okay, we'll hear from the opposition, and he, come on up. The applicant did go over the time, so we will allow you extra time as well.
I'll try to be brief. I had a couple of photos on there. Can you pull them up? Carol Brown, Canton Road neighbors. Certainly, we acknowledge and appreciate the renovation of the building. It looks much better than it's looked in many decades. Nice job, guys. Thank you. We also appreciate them withdrawing the SLUP. One of the things that we have all endeavored to do, many of us that live in the area, is work for years to try to move Canton Highway away from being a rundown, low-end commercial corridor with a number of blighted sites. You just saw one of the worst ones in Z52 this morning, and the camper shop next to it is a good contender, and its time will come. They always come in to rezone at some point. Regarding the sidewalks, almost every one of the very many zonings that have come in over the year, and there have been scores and scores of them, have stated various reasons for not building sidewalks. Oh, they don't connect to anything, or oh, it's going to be too difficult to grade or put them in, and but lo and behold, after 9 years, we're finally connected on the east side all the way from the Shallowford-Canton intersection all the way down to Mr. Mitchell's property, Petroplex. I know some of you will be familiar with that name. They built sidewalks, and there were sidewalks built on the little attractive strip mall just south of the RV rental store, and the Mr. Sparky's, or whatever it is now that's the HVAC contractor, doesn't have them, although their paved driving area is very walkable. So the HVAC contractor and the camper shop are really the only two remaining parcels on the east side of Canton Highway for miles that lack sidewalks. And yeah, people do walk, and some people try to push their bicycles. And I think that it's such a short strip of property, the cost would probably be negligible in their overall budget. So we would appreciate installation of sidewalk per DOT recommendation. We did have a concern with debris and other things coming back to the site and sitting there. Can you advance? Or I guess I can advance it. There were a couple of photographs that I took in the past where it's been a while, but there would be junk piled up in a dumpster, or certain vehicles that were sitting there full of junk or whatever it is for more than one day, a couple of days, over a long weekend. But that's kind of stopped, and they seem to be complying now with the promise to get to a landfill as soon as possible. So having said that, we support this, but we would like to see the sidewalks, and we do want them to adhere to bringing the stuff back, taking it to the dumpster whenever possible, and not just bringing it back to the site on Canton Road and letting it sit there. And that's really it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is in District 3, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
Well, Carol, I was hoping you were going to read some of your stipulations in there. Can Mr. Rosen come back up? Can you come back up? I noticed that, and you and I had talked about this. Oh, thank you. I noticed that you and I had talked about their chain link fence, that there's a portion of it that's got barbed wire left over from probably the landscaping business. Is there any way to just kind of cut that off?
To take off the top? Sure, yes. We did talk about it. I forgot to talk to
Oh, okay.
Carson about it, but he's just nodding his head, yes. I think that probably was there before. There is some level of maybe security there, but I think that's something we can work with if that makes a difference, yes.
Yeah. And are these the roll-off canisters that you have for people who want to do their own loading? How many are there?
Well, there's both. So they offer the option to bring it to a house and the homeowner can do it on their own. There is also the accommodation for them to have the guys go and load them themselves.
But how many roll-off canisters? I think that's where the problem had come in before, that stuff was, it was too late by the time the people finished loading it. I think instead of telling the homeowner, oh yeah, we'll pick it up, just let it stay there overnight until they can get to the dump. And I think that that's where the problems have been in the past. And
Yeah, I think one of the things that they have agreed to change, and maybe already have, actually, Mr. Gibson was maybe going to not be able to be here, so he could help make sure some schedules are met today. But one of their later pickup times or later job site times was later in the afternoon, that made that getting to the dump by 5 much harder, and they've agreed to move that up to, say, 1 to 3 instead of the 2 to 4, wherever it was. So they're much bigger windows there for them to get to having everything dumped by the end of the day.
yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I need to look at something that, can you come back up? Carol, could you come back up? That is all the questions that I have for you. Adam? Okay. I wanted to make sure that I had the same thing that you had.
Well,
That you're deleting, you would recommend deletion from.
Well, deletion from LI to NRC, of course.
Right.
For special exception use, contractors
Yes.
with special
Okay,
exception
good.
use. I'm fine with that.
Perfect.
It's your prerogative, Commissioner.
No, I have trouble with those wordings with the special contractor.
Contractor is a special exception. I've just said it a lot of times over the years.
That's my only question to you. I don't know where the front, I know I mentioned this in Z40. If there's, I don't know of any regulation for how you're going to decorate your front curb. Or, you don't need flowers or foliage or anything like that. So I'm not going to worry about that. But do you have anything you'd like to say before I make, anybody?
Anybody else has further questions? No?
Okay. I move to approve Z18, deleting to NRC with special exception for a special contractor, subject to the following stipulations. And the stipulations is the same group of stipulations that I've been, I should have a little tape recorder here and just press play. But a stipulation to, that would not be appropriate here, billiard or pool halls, vape smoke shops, gun shops, pawn and title shops, massage parlors, recycling, collection location, welding fabricators, auto truck repair, gas pumps, used cars, dog runs, no diesel repairs, no transfer stations. I would like to see if they're not already complying with this. The hours of 7 to 6, Monday through Saturday, and closed on Sunday. Persons may not reside in the house. No outside storage of boats, RVs, autos, boats, RVs. Well, you're not getting bigger trucks, are you? Okay, these are medium-sized trucks, so trailers and machinery, garden debris, anywhere on the property. So the trucks that they are using are considered medium-sized trucks. They are not heavy-duty trucks. So I have no problem with that. The parking area is already paved, and they have agreed to line them as required. And you may have to add in a handicap parking place to that. In the back area is unpaved, but it's also gravelled, and it's been like that for years, so it's very compact. And if we pave it, then they're going to have to use up a lot of their small lot with a detention pond, and I don't want to do that. So I'd like to let them leave it gravelled, and they would, 4 to 5 empty trucks, again, would be allowed to park at night behind a locked and screened fence, and I'd like it parked neatly. So if you want to put in those commercial bumpers that they have for gravel, that'd be an extra treat there. The screening on the fence to be free from holes and tears. The fence appears to have barbed wire and angled outward, and that should be removed. It does give the appearance of a prison. If used, a small dumpster is to be enclosed on a pad out of sight and emptied weekly, and I don't believe you use that at this time. Right. No business which emits odors or noxious fumes or sounds. No outdoor work. All work to be performed within an enclosed building, which you don't have. Landscaping along the front. That's up to the arborist and Cobb County Commissioner. Impervious surface not to exceed 70%, but I honestly don't know what yours is, but I can keep it like it is. Cobb County staff comments to be followed, not otherwise in conflict with this. The slub portion of this was, as I mentioned, already withdrawn. So, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Any discussion? If not, let's call the question. That's a vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of Z18. Thank you.
Okay, last item on today's agenda is rezoning case Z28. Marshall E. Drinkard requests a rezoning from R20 to LI for a automotive repair shop in land lots 504 and 505 of the 18th District. The property is located on the north side of Six Flags Parkway, west of Queens Ferry Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z28. Two. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Marshall Draker. I reside at Six Flags Parkway. I'm looking to turn my back garage into a automotive repair facility. This is not my first time here. I actually been here 6 years ago for a temporary land permit, which was approved, but I ended up having to move from that residence because it was sold. So I ended up getting a residence across the street from where I reside. I've been in that area going on 10 years this year, and I really feel like an automotive repair facility is needed in that area due to the fact of the area, traffic, and I've witnessed over the years of being there, a lot of people in distress in that area. And being that I-20 is so close to Six Flags Parkway, a lot of people tend to, it's more like a lower income area, some of the parts, and some people don't have the help and benefit that other areas around it has. And I feel like with me being there can help the situation more than hurt the situation. And I also have support from all surrounding neighbors in my area that support the idea that I'm doing and looking forward to coming to my business to get service done. And also in the area, everything will be enclosed, being that the garage is a 2-bay garage area. And just looking to try to provide for my family, basically, and help the community instead of hurting it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add?
A couple of things I want to
Go
address
ahead.
as far as the letter I received from the coalition. I know they had a couple of concerns about the area and what they feel like wouldn't be appropriate for the area. But like I said, I've been there for 10 years, and it's a lot of things that I can look at and probably point fingers at, but that's neither the case. Like I said, I'm more so to try to help the area than harm the area. And I feel that my area is pretty big enough. I know they had concerns about the commute of cars getting to the back of my house from touching my neighbor's property, which I doubt that'll be an issue because my neighbor's property and my property are solely apart enough to where I wouldn't even touch the property with a truck if I was to pull a vehicle in the back. And also the house that sits on the west side of my house is pretty much a forest, a big set of forest trees that come between me and their house. So definitely wouldn't be an issue with that matter. You know what I mean? And that's basically about it.
Okay, you can have a seat. We'll hear from the opposition.
Thank you.
My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the co-chair of the zoning committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We very much appreciate Mr. Drinker's interest in serving the community, and I hope that he's successful in being able to do that, but we really can't support doing it at this location. Much like your staff recommendation of denial, even though this property may have a future, this area may have a future land use plan of priority industrial, it is in this part of this street still residential. And although Mr. Drinkard may be in concert with his neighbors right now, zoning runs with the land. So if the time should come that Mr. Drinkard is no longer the owner of this property, if his business grows and he moves to a commercial location, then whoever buys this property can operate a garage here. So as I paint what are probably maybe worst case scenarios, maybe likely scenarios, just depending upon who the future property owner might be, please understand that we're talking about the application and not Mr. Drinkard, not the applicant exactly. So I want to point out that as you can see, the surrounding property is R20. It's not only zoned R20, but it's used as single-family homes. This is a very thin or very narrow lot, which will make it difficult for this business to operate without impacting the neighbor to the east. The future land use map and the comprehensive plan talk about transition of this area to commercial uses, industrial uses, but that vision is the assemblage of smaller properties using clean technologies that are less likely to impact nearby residential property. And that nearby residential property is designated in the future land use map as residential areas. This is a situation that we find frequently in our area where we have have industrial areas intermixed with and abutting residential areas. If these smaller parcels could be assembled, then many uses could be considered because they would be large enough to contain buffers within them as suggested in the comprehensive plan. The site plan is important to look at. It's as built, and there are not any plans to change the location of these buildings. Getting vehicles by the eastern side of the home will be felt and impact upon the neighbor to the east. I'm not exactly sure, we're not sure where parking for extra vehicles will take place here. It's not uncommon for car repair locations to have quite a number of vehicles assemble on the property because customers drop them off for repair. Then when the bill comes, the customer may not come for quite some time, if ever, with the money to pay for the repair. And consequently, the business is stuck with the vehicle until they can go through the legal procedures to dispose of it. So that's something that we find to be a particular issue. And it's not unusual for a small car repair operation with only 2 bays to have as many as 20 or 30 cars on a lot at a time, not because they're all actively under repair, but because they're awaiting parts or they're awaiting the owner to come and pick it up. I don't know what Mr. Drinker's plans are in that event, but I just want to share with you that that's a practice or a situation that we see develop. There's no provision that we're aware of to handle automotive fluids. That we hope that the repair will be done inside these bays, but in the event that they're not, the unpaved surfaces will make it impossible to manage stormwater. A car repair business is something with means early hours, noise, lights, all the sorts of things that are not suitable for a residential area. And this is a Google Street Map view of the property in question. This is it's a small little residential area, but it is a residential area. Car repair under the county ordinance is not allowed in a residential area, and we think that pretty much sums up the case for recommending denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is in District 4, so I'll turn it to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. If I could have the applicant come back up, please.
I would also like to speak. I'm not against it.
We can't take just random comment from the audience. So everyone has to be sworn in. That's why. So
I'll be sworn in, and nobody gave me a chance to come up. You only asked if somebody was opposed to it, and I'm not opposed to it.
well, because you would have to speak with the applicant. So if you weren't packaged in that, we'll have to ask you to sit down at this time. Thanks.
Mr. Drinkard,
Yes, sir.
you heard some of the concerns expressed by
Yes, sir.
the Mableton Improvement Coalition. If you have any responses to some of those
Yeah,
things?
well, all the customers will be based off appointments. So as far as parking, customers won't be parking. And I'm a small business. It's just me and my wife, and I do all the work. So, and everybody, all my customers, like I said, they're based off appointments. All cars will be dropped off, and I normally do like 4 to 5 cars within a couple of days time period. So heavy traffic won't be a problem, and everything is done in-house as far as getting it in and getting it done. So, and I've been in the car business since I was, been around cars since I was about 8 years old. So I pretty much done seen it all as far as cars sitting in yards for years, all the issues she was saying with not picking them up, waiting on certain things. And over the years, that's something that I strive not to do, to have cars sitting 2, 3 years, a couple of months. Because one thing about it, if it's sitting, you can't make no money. And I'm a firm believer that's why I normally get 2 or 3 cars in and knock them out, get them going. If I can get them going that day, if it's possible, I will. If not, it normally be like a day or 2 out. But never really have a problem as far as congestion and having too much work in there or even having traffic. But like I say, everything is solely based off of appointments. So it won't be nobody sitting and waiting to have anything done. You know what I mean?
You said in your opening remarks, you had a temporary land use permit at one point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give me a little history on that.
It was at 500 Six Flags Parkway, which was the residence across the street, diagonally from my house.
So it wasn't at this location?
It
was
wasn't
a
at that
different one?
location. Like, you could literally walk from my old location to across the street. That's how I was able to acquire the house that I bought across the street, because the guy that used to live there was an older gentleman. The wife had passed, and he actually used to cut my yard across the street the whole time I was living there. And I ended up going across the street one day to borrow a hammer, and I noticed his garage in the back. And like I said, I already had went through the motion of getting approved across the street. I even went as far as buying a building and everything, got approved to put it up and everything, but the landlord ended up selling the house without informing us that they sold the house. So we ended up having like 2 months to move out of there. And so, like I said, through that motion, everything was working out the way it was supposed to work out. With my neighbor, he was, like I said, he was an older gentleman. He was trying to get out of the city, move more further to the country, and which I had the opportunity to buy that residence, and I've been there ever since. But like I said, as far as the community in the area, I've been there for years, and what Ms. Meyer said is correct. The area is a mixture of light industrial and residence, but it's more industrial, light industrial businesses going on around me. Within 1,000 feet of my property, it's a business across the street. I can open my front door and look directly at a business across the street. If I walk out my backyard, it's a bush of trees separating my backyard from the trucking company, which I can literally walk there as well. If I come out of there, I can walk to the trash company that sits on the corner right there, which is not far. Takes about 2 or 3 minutes to walk to get to. So everything around me is industrial. And like I said, in the direction that area is going in, it'd be more industrial before it be R20, before residential be there. And like I said, it's a mixture of everything, but just within my area, it's more businesses that I see than anything.
I don't necessarily disagree with you in looking at the comments from the planning division. I'm pretty sure that's why they designated this a priority industrial area. It's clear it's an area in transition.
Yes, sir.
But there are some specific things included in the specific area policy guidelines that you need to be aware of. First of all, it talks about the industrial uses should foster innovation, high technology, low pollution industries, the use of stone, brick, and ephes on building facades, and then use of enhanced landscaping along the primary road frontage to enhance aesthetics and mitigate negative impacts. And so I don't see that in your application at this point. It also talks about assemblage, and I think the intent is assemblage, meaning to buy out all of these properties and then look at an industrial use, appropriate industrial use that's consistent with the 3 things I just listed there.
Yes,
I don't necessarily see that with this application. I still see, at least based on the Google Earth map or street, that it's still residential use at this point in time. And I think your intentions are well intended. I'm wondering if you've looked at other commercial properties in the immediate area that might be more appropriate for what you're trying to do, rather than doing this from this location.
I have, like, to be honest with you, it's way out of what I can afford, and it's like I said, it's a little bit way more than I can afford. And like I said, whatever I have to do as far as to accommodate the community or whatever I need to do to be able to operate, I'm all for it. I just, you know what I mean, need to keep working, take care of my kids.
I certainly understand that. I think, like I said, I think you have the best of intentions. I think there's some things that may not always be in your control. And that's people coming back who bring their car to you, but then don't come back for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, and then all of a sudden you've got cars there. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you, but that happens. That's realistic. And I also look at this aerial map and I see the confluence of streams here as well. And so that type of activity so close to what appear to be confluences of stream and carrying pollutants and so forth is a concern of mine as well. So I just don't know, looking at just this property in and of itself, that would be the best use for that property at this
I
point.
mean, it's not gonna be nothing heavy industrial. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not gonna be nothing heavy mechanical. Like I said, everything is pretty much light. Preventative maintenance, everything that can be disposed of properly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With like waste tanks of sorts.
Things happen, spills, oil, paint, other things, antifreeze, that sort of thing. So that would be my concern.
Yeah. But my property don't sit nowhere, like I believe the creek is closer to City View or a little ways from my property. So my property is like a long way from.
Well, according to the map, the area we're looking at, there's a creek that runs right across the back of the property, and there's another one that runs across the front of the property. So they're actually on your property, at least according to that.
Okay.
I know staff has recommended denial. John, can you all elaborate on what the rationale for denial?
And, part of the reason why we recommended denial is because some of the things that you mentioned regarding the priority industrial area, it's really meant to bring a bunch of properties together in one application. It's meant more for high-tech and biotech type developments that are pretty large. Number two, it's totally surrounded by property that is zoned residential R20, so we just didn't want to introduce a category that could disrupt that in the future. And, we are aware that the commissioner is working to improve how Mapleton looks, and we didn't think approving a one of would further those goals of improving the area.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any other comments, questions?
Any other
for the
questions?
applicant?
You do? Commissioner Lynch? Oh, out of that. If there are no other questions, you can have a seat for us.
Thank you. Okay. All right, I'm prepared to offer a motion at this time, and okay.
John, what is the difference between, or maybe I should ask Brian, what's the differentiation between a successful hobby and a small business?
That's a good question. With a hobby and with a business, the county has the ability to control the intensity of what goes on the property through enforcing building setbacks and impervious and things like that. He could have a hobby collecting cars, and it could be just as much a problem as auto repair. But, it's been my experience that light auto repair is more problematic than a person owning a few cars. Because with a person who collects cars, they normally take care of the cars in the area where the cars are. And I see Commissioner Yu's point to where, someone could drop a car off to be repaired, and it could be there for weeks or months, either waiting on parts or the person doesn't have the money to pay for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think we have another question for you, John, from Commissioner Anderson.
John, just wanted to know, do you happen to know or have any detail on the previously approved permit?
Yes, as Mr. Drinkard says, his land use permit was approved in 2017 for a light auto repair at the house at 500 Six Flags Parkway. And the board did put 10 conditions on it to regulate the intensity of the use. And it was approved for only 12 months the first time.
Was it renewed after the 12-month period?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, great, thank you.
Do we know why?
I'm not sure. We can call Mr. Drinkard back up.
Okay. Mr. Drinkard, I think there was one other question.
Yes, sir.
Your previous land use permit, did you, it appears it wasn't renewed, is that?
They ended up selling the house.
That's right.
Yeah, they ended up selling the house, so.
Okay. I got you. Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, appreciate that. And I think as I indicated, I think Mr. Drinker has the best of intentions. However, I think based on the potential environmental impacts, I think that, and also the direction I think the district commission wants to take this area from a development standpoint and aesthetics, I don't see this particular application meeting that. And so my recommendation would be to, I would move to deny the request as it's been submitted. Zoning case Z28.
I would second the motion.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Is there any further discussion? If not, let's call the question. That's a vote of 4-0 for, to recommend denial of Z28 as it's been presented. Thank you. That's our last one. Okay. We have two other matters to go through. First, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the zoning hearing from May 7th, 2024.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Anderson. Let's call the question. Minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0. Next, we have the minutes of the special call meeting agenda review work session from May 28th. And I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, who made the motion?
No, I don't think anybody made the motion yet.
I think you just made the motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Let's call the question.
Excuse me, before I
Hold
leave,
up.
I just wanted to refer
We
back
can-
that this is supposed to be a public meeting, correct?
Yeah, but we can't entertain questions from the audience like that. It has to be formalized, so.
Sure, but when the other one,
can't-
you
I can't-
asked if anybody stand, if
I
they're for it
can't-
or against it. I was for
I
it.
can't.
You never gave me a chance to speak.
That would be the applicant.
And I sat here all day to speak, and you
Yes, sir.
refused to let me speak at a public meeting. Yet you let the woman
Oh.
speak. Yes. This is a public meeting. I'm not allowed to speak in a public meeting?
All right,
It is a public.
I need you to vote. Commissioner Anderson?
Sorry.
So you're telling me I'm not allowed to speak?
Okay, so a vote of 4-0, we have recommend approval. We'll approve the minutes of the work session. Sorry, tongue tied now. With that being, I think that's all our business today, so we are adjourned. Thank you.